now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the PlayerOne Poker Tour 300 Euro main event. We are up to day two. Day two began with 153 entries remaining out of the 1,022 total entries, each of which were in the money for at least 500 euros just for showing up for the day. And here's a look already at our feature table. There are 72 players left at the time that the stream began, and the day will play down to 24 players. So today we'll have a lot of play. And then we will be back tomorrow around 3 o'clock for the final day. And here's a look at some of the chips. And we could see Rozvadov with 1.7 million, and that's more than double the 700,000 chip average. So we'll have to keep an eye whether he can continue to pile on the chips. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have Frank with just 8 big blinds, a 215,000 stack. And both him and Techie will need some double ups in order to make it onto the final day. It's very easy to play those small stacks, but you're going to have to take some risks at some point. And those of you that don't know me, I am Jason Glatzer, unfortunately a regular commentator. Fintan Gavin is a bit under the weather, so you'll be with me the next 2 days. Hopefully I can entertain you nearly as much as Fintan can. I will do my best. You may know me from live reporting and commentating events around Europe. I'm originally from United States and currently live in Lithuania the last 12 years. And currently working for Poker Listings and the Festival Series as their content and live reporting manager. And we should be with action very soon. I will be paying close attention to the Twitch chat and pop onto the YouTube and Facebook chats occasionally, but won't be checking those as regularly as I will be the Twitch chat. And here's a look at some of the other players. While we have the time, we have Pascal with also 1.2 million, Kai with close to that 1 million as well. So we have a total of 4 French players, it looks like, between Rozvadov, Pascal, Matthew, and Franck. And it looked like we had a few German players and a Belgian player as well. And it looks like we're zooming into the action now. Players get these very comfortable seats at the TV table. Makes you want to play there. And it looks like they are getting some instructions, most likely, about where to put their cards. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this all pans out over the next 2 days. What's great about this tournament is that it guaranteed 300,000 euros. That's quite a lot for just a 300 euro buy-in event. And included in that, the top 4 players will not only win a heck of a lot of cash, but they'll also win a ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event in the autumn. That's valued at 10,350 euros. So it's a little bit, tomorrow we'll see a little bit, probably some bubble between 5th and 4th just because of that payout jump. And Nightbot just produced the payouts as well. And as you can see, first place will be walking away with a 60,000 euro top prize. And it looks like the first hand is set to get underway. And shuffle up and deal. That is correct, Scooby. The tickets are paid out of the 300,000 and it's part of the guarantee. And Rozvadov, under the gun, we're going to get to know how he's playing right away. Does fold it, so it's not going to be any 2 trying to bully the table with his big stack. Obviously, that would have been a little bit bold under the gun. And Raphael's all badged up with that PlayerOne badge. And we may see Techie just jam here. He has a short stack. It folded to him in the cutoff, but no, he's playing it tight to the vest. As you can see in the graphics, there's just 72 players left. There were 6 opening flights to this event, including one today. They began on March 3rd. So this tournament has already been going on for quite some time. There's been plenty of great side events at PlayerOne Poker Tour over in Rozvadov as well. So we have Matthew opening for a min raise, it looks like. A little more than a min raise, up to 80,000. And Pascal looks like he's just defending. He is defending with his King 7 suited. He is ahead at the moment. Not the best flop for either player, although Pascal did hit bottom pair. He was already ahead. And Matthew bets 65, and Pascal, going nowhere with his bottom pair, does make the call. Pamu, this stream will not be showing the King's Proc action, as well as you are well aware the EPT is going on over there. This is for the PlayerOne main event. And Matthew improves on the turn. Does go check, check. And another check. Pascal checking down, hoping his 7 is good. It is not. And a small chip up on a blind versus blind battle there. Hello, Hippie Poker. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. For those of you just joining, unfortunately, this is not Finton Gavin. He is under the weather, your usual commentator. Today, you are with Jason Glatzer. I'll be with you the next 2 days until a winner is crowned for the PlayerOne Poker Tour 300,000 guaranteed main event. Raphael throwing his ace rag into the muck there. Getting an idea of how these players are playing. So far, nobody out of line, and it is only the second hand. Not making a move with a king 3, looking for something better to get his final 225,000 in. And ace jack, that's certainly going to come in from the button. Let's see what the sizing is. So raises it to 80, which also makes it a bit harder to defend with these big raising sizes, even from the button. 7-4 into the muck, and is Rozvadov plus going to come along with his jack 10? He is reaching for chips. This does not look necessarily like a call, though. It is just a call, though. And we could see some problems if it's a jack-high flop. A pretty dry flop, a good flop for Matthew. Rozvadov does check. Let's see if Matthew does continue or if he's going to just keep the pot small. Reaching for chips. And that should get the job done. Unless Rozvadov is sticky. He is sticky. The Queen of Hearts on the turn does not improve either player. And Rozvadov putting the pedal to the metal with the Queen. And it's going to be very hard for Matthew to come along unless they've been playing for quite some time and he has some reads against Rozvadov. It looks like, though, he will be folding the best hand. But he is thinking things over. Let's see. And does lay down the best hand. Rozvadov putting on the pressure. taking down the pot. We will see if Rozvadov Plus is active throughout the day, but does look like he is ready to get into the mix. Putting on the aggression there. Delayed aggression. Wasn't the check raise on the flop, but saw a turn card that he could make a move on and took down the pot. Raphael with the mystery hand. I guess it wasn't that good. It looks like he has a timing pre-flop where it's about 10 seconds regardless of the cards. Okay, so Raphael here with the ace-queen, sitting on about 22 big blinds. Raises it up to 65. And let's see if anybody comes along for the ride. Let's see what Frank does with his king-jack suited. He is very low in chips. Matthew quickly laying down the 10-7. Pascal likely to do the same with the jack-9. It looks like he's thinking over playing the 3-deuce suited. Nope, the cards go into the muck. And it looks like it might just be a steal the blinds. Especially with Andrea on such a short stack here of 265,000. Andrea Tucci from Italy. Hello Maureen, thanks for the information. He does look familiar to me as well. He's been active at Kings for many years. Hey Donna, thanks for joining as well. It's just like old days. We have Donna here as our mod. So far everybody's behaving, but maybe they know that Donna's here and they better behave. So no fireworks yet, and even the short stacks do have some time. We could see that one player has busted from the field since we started the stream. But there are 50-minute blind levels, so they have plenty of time to make decisions. So we don't know what Rozvadov has, but we're not surprised that he's reaching for chips. He is on the button. He does have the chip lead at the table. Easily one of the bigger stacks in the tournament. I don't have insight into how many chips the players at the side tables have, but he has nearly triple the average. That much we do know. And Andrea, this is an interesting spot for him. I don't think it's just going to be a call here with ace-9. I don't see him folding. I think there's only one move to make, but let's see. He's another very experienced player. Taking his time. And that might not mean that he's thinking. He may want his opponent to think he's thinking, and does just make the call. So expect to see him jamming a lot of flops. I don't expect him giving up on too much after putting in more than 20% of his stack pre-flop. But I'm not the one with the chips on the table. And an ace right out of the window. We do not know what Rozvadov has, but we do know that his range is rather wide. It does look like a snap shove. Nope, it's just betting 25,000. I'm not sure what the one chip was supposed to represent, but he doesn't have any chips that would be 25,000, so it is a min bet. And his Rozvadov plus putting on the pressure. Ooh, look at this. So a raise, a shove, and a fold. Show the ace, show the ace. He's showing, let's see if it's the ace. It is the ace. So we don't know what Rozvadov plus had, but we do know that the ace was likely good. And a nice chip up for him. Well, to be fair, Donna, it has been a well-behaved stream so far, but it hasn't been an active chat stream yet. So we shall see if that picks up. The misbehavior never bothers me, but with everything going on in the world, maybe it would not be a wise idea to do. So Frank and Tucky not finding spots to get their small stacks in. We just saw a creative move by Andrea Tucci to chip up his equally small stack to gain some chips, almost double up without getting a call on his all-in. And that looks like 75,000 by math here, but the ace-9. And let's see what Pascal does with a better ace here from one seat over in the hijack. We would see a lot of 3-bets in this spot, but what I would be only thing I'd be surprised to see is a fold. Does just flat call in position. Oh, and look at this, Rozvadov plus also with the ace-9. Not too many aces left in the deck there. And Rozvadov plus does have position, so we could see this hand play out many different ways. We did see him take one down. He does not want to play the ace-9 though. And Kai with the mystery cards makes the fold. And Raphael here also with an ace. So all the aces are out in players' hands. So it was a 3-bet by Pascal. It was not a call. The graphics have changed, and that explains why the ace-9 was not called by Rozvadov plus, because I was expecting him to call a lot of hands wide with a raise and a call and him being in position. Ah, Donna, is it the Gary that I know, and what final table is he on? Already getting a new deck, but it looks like also a new dealer. And here's an update of the stacks. Not that much different than what we began with. Frank and Techie, once again, are still going to need to find that spot to gain some chips. They can go a little bit longer, being selective, but not too much longer. It's a different Gary than what I was thinking of. Well, best of luck to him. It's great to see poker back. It's great to see Kings having events every week, but there's events going on in so many places. I have so many friends that are in Prague right now for the EPT. I saw some nice pictures on the Kings Resorts Facebook of Leon and others also in Prague at the moment. Okay, so Techie should be getting it in here. And does, even though he's under the gun, he's going to be in the blinds very soon. Ace Jack is more than good to get it in here. Let's see if anybody finds a call. I do not think it'll be Matthew because it would be for half his stack, although maybe he thinks Techie could be shoving wide, but he does have still players behind him, does go into the muck. Pascal does not have much to think about. Nope. And if it was a bounty, maybe Rozvadov Plus could think about it, but I don't see him wanting to gamble with the King 7 here either. But does get a count. And you can see that field counter going down fast. Already another few players out. We are down to just 66 players. Does make the fold. And Andrea making the easy fold too. Kai as well with the 9-8. And so far this is going to get through. I'm not sure if Techie wanted a call or not. I'm sure he'd be happy for a call if it wasn't big. But what will Frank do here? He is in the blinds. I mean, Queen 2 is not very good, but on the other hand, his stack is getting thinner and thinner. So that paid for another round of blinds, another orbit for Techie. Never the worst of scenarios with Ace Jack for everybody to fold. Usually if someone calls for 9+ big blinds, they are going to have something better, but there are some worse hands that would also call, especially in the blinds, depending on stacks, etc. And besides Donna, we know what Donna's doing. What is everybody else that is watching in the Twitch chat doing tonight? Besides watching, of course, the stream. I know Maureen was playing poker this weekend. What a nice little event I saw. So Rozvadov showing up with a premium here with the jacks. There's so many ways to play jacks, but none of them ever seem to be that good. But with a stack like his, and no open, even without a stack like his, it's just basically a standard raise. And we could see some fireworks here. Raphael showing up with the big slick. He does have 22 big blinds, so we may not see a jam, but we'll likely see a 3-bet. We may see a jam. We may even see a call, being that he's on the button and wants to play post-flop. I do not know the style of Raphael quite yet. The one thing we will not see is a fold in this spot. It does just look like a 3-bet. Maybe about 125, but we'll get an official count. Now there's some blue chips in the bottom there. So it's a 175. And let's see, Techie doesn't show up with anything either. So let's see as Rozvadov just puts him in right here, decides to call. Raphael did already commit a third of his stack. It's very tricky with jacks here. It depends on what kind of player Raphael is. Is he doing this with worse hands than jacks? And playing it safe just with the call here. It seems like from the little bit we've seen from Rozvadov so far today, he does like to play post-flop. He will be out of position this time, like the previous time when he took a hand down without hitting a piece of the board. And great flop for Raphael. Maybe Rozvadov can get away from this. It depends on what he's putting Raphael's range as. It is only one overcard to his jacks. There is less than a pot size. There is a less than a pot size bet left in Raphael's stack as well. So Raphael would be often shoving here even if he didn't hit the flop. In this case, he hit top pair. You shouldn't be that concerned that he'd be behind anything. The question is, does he want to slow play his hand? Is opting with, looks like more than half his chips, but we'll get the official bet size in a moment. Is it only 25K? That can't be right. It looks like it'll be updated in a minute. 205K. So more than half his stack went in. Is Rozvadov going to be able to lay down his jacks? It looks like they're going in the muck. Shows them face up as well. Is Raphael going to show the king? No, Raphael can't necessarily be that happy about the scenario. Probably if he jams there, Rozvadov calls and he wins the flip, but he would have been in a flip situation. He did win the pot. Still something to be happy about there. Oh, nice. We're getting an aerial view now. So we have a mystery hand once again from under the gun, but it must be something halfway decent. We haven't seen Matthew get online at all. Ace-8 is a little bit light for under the gun, but it does look like it was just a limp and not a raise. basically pricing a lot of people in that would maybe be getting out of the hand. I never like playing hands like Ace-8 though from under the gun at a full ring table. Primarily because I don't feel as I'm strong enough playing post-flop to be able to play that hand, which will usually be out of position. And Andrea coming along as well. If it was a raise, we would not have seen Rozvadov or Andrea anywhere near this hand, I don't believe. And Techie may come along too. I mean, he's getting a very good price for his Jack-9. It was just a limp. It is a hand that does flop well. When you get to see these cheap flops, you very often want to take them. Does come along for the ride. And Sebastian with the A7, is he going to do anything cute or is he going to check his option? Donna, you'll have to tell me when your favorite dealer comes on because I don't know who your favorite is. It is a family pot. 5 players coming along for the ride, starting with Matthew's limp and gets 2 callers before the blinds come along as well. And the king high flop does hit Andrea the best with top pair. We could see his is 69% favorite. Techie has some equity with his gut shot, but his stack is so small that he's never going to really come along. We'll see if anybody makes a stab at it. If anybody does, it's most likely to be Matthew, who is the first to open. Otherwise, Andrea may decide not to get cute. He should think his top pair is good if it's checked over to him. Is Rozvadov going though? Nope, he is checking. Looks like about 125. That should get the job done. It is 125,000. I don't see how anybody else can call here. Nobody has hearts. I mean, Techie only has that gut shot. And Rozvadov has proven before that he can call and then bet on the turn, but with Andrea's stack size and what he has left in his stack, I don't see him doing it here, but they're having a little table talk. Does lay it down, and I don't know if the king was shown or not. It was shown. And Andrea now has won 2 decent pots, even though that was just a limped family pot. There were 5 players in the hand. And we could see him moving up the ranks. He was one of those short stacks with around 10 big blinds that we see Techie and Frank with, and now he is up to 22 big blinds without getting a full double up. Meanwhile, Rozvadov's stack was near 2 million. He's lost a little bit with a little bit here, a little bit there, not anything big in one particular hand. And we haven't seen much out of Kai or Pascal yet, and they're maintaining their chip counts. With Raphael, Matthew, and Sebastian we've seen in hand so far. So welcome to everybody that is just joining us or have joined since I've given the introduction. You are watching the PlayerOne Poker Tour 300 euro, 300,000 euro guaranteed main event. The field attracted 1,022 entries, as you could see in the graphics, with 153 starting today. We are down to just 62 hopefuls that are hoping to make the final day and beyond. Today we'll play down to 24 tables, and the action will kick off in real time tomorrow at 2:30 Central European time and 30 minutes later on the stream. I will be back with you again tomorrow as well. And for those of you that do not recognize my voice, this is Jason Glatzer subbing in for Fintan Gavin, who's unfortunately under the weather. And we have Ace King here for Raphael. I think We had ace king there for Raphael, but it went into the muck, so I'm not sure if he misread the hand. Usually the graphics aren't wrong with the hands. But that would be very strange if he open folded ace king there. And we have Frank jamming for 6 big blinds with the mystery hand. We see that red triangle in front of him. Techie folding the a7. And it looks like this may get the job done. Yeah, 6-4 will be falling into the muck very quickly. Really no reason to gamble. And even though it was just stealing the blinds, he increased his stack by more than a third just right then and there by doing so. But I'm a little bit confused still about that ace-king fold. I love these chairs that they give to the players at the feature table. I know that the motto of Kings is to treat everybody like a king, but you really feel like a king on the stage here with these chairs. It should come as no surprise, as Kings is the biggest card room in Europe, that they would have such a nice TV table set up as well. And Andrea with the 9s here. Something is going to happen unless we see something very surprising like we did before with the ace-king. But he is lining up his cards. He is grabbing some chips and quickly raising it up, it looks like, to 80,000. And so far, it's going to be all folds. But let's see what Techie does here. He hasn't been able to play a hand and does not want to commit his stack with King 10. That's the only thing he could have done. Does make the fold. We'll wait for a better spot. I'm pretty sure he would have open shoved if it folded around to him. And, ooh, Pascal, though, with the ace-9. Wow, jammed by Pascal. What are we going to see Andrea do here? Pascal, we have not seen get out of line at all. It does just jam from over an early position raise against one of these middling stacks. Andrea started the hand with around 22 big blinds. I mean, we can see the cards, but I believe even if I couldn't see the cards, this would be very player dependent. Like, normally I would think either I'm flipping or behind, but there are some hands that are ahead. And he does fold the 9s. Well done, Pascal. Putting the pressure, taking down the pot with the worst of it. Did have some equity if he was called as well. Donna, is that the Hardcastle or a different jack? I haven't caught up on the weekend of Win Poker yet. But there is some nice poker going on everywhere in the United States right now as well. It's just great to see poker back everywhere. Whether you play big, play small. I mean, just look at this event. This is an event that basically anybody can play. It's a 300 euro buy-in event. They had satellites as well. For a 300,000 guarantee, the winner will be walking away with 60,000 euro prize, and that includes a WSOP Europe seat, which goes, each of the top 4 players get one of those. So poker is back. I'm not surprised, Nana. Jack has just been beasting it and beasting it. It's been more than a year of him just beasting everything. So Kai with an interesting raise size with the big slick here. We haven't seen him active. I think that the players probably have taken note. Once again, these players likely have played together either earlier today before the stream began or during one of the 6 opening flights that took place between March 3rd and March 7th, or other tournaments at King's Casino as well. So Kai, so far not getting any takers. And I think that trend is going to continue. I don't think we're going to see Pascal do anything cute here. And the table chip leader, Rozvadov, I think this is not good enough for him to come along either. It does get a little bit worse than 5 deuce offsuit, but not too much worse. Does throw it away. And Kai back near $1 million. Interesting mix at the table. There's a few Germans, a few from France. And we have Andrea from Italy as well in the mix. Where is everybody watching from tonight in the Twitch chat? Martin is probably in Prague, Donna, I'm guessing. There's some nice events being hosted at King's in Prague as well, simultaneously to the PlayerOne Poker Tour, which began earlier in March. Raphael reaching for some chips once again. And Frank still with that same stack, sitting on 215,000. The blinds are likely to go up fairly soon as well, so that's going to make that stack look even shorter. So we have Belgium, we have Florida, we have Germany. Well, I've lived in Belgium. I've spent a lot of time in Florida, and my sister-in-law lives in Munich. So we have all 3 of those covered. So Pascal just flatting with the 7s, and once again Rozvadov is thinking about what to do. And this time he's from the small blind. He has those suited gappers. They are rather low. If he wants to see a flop, I don't blame him. He has the chips. He also knows he doesn't necessarily just have to play the cards with a stack like that as well. It'll be trouble for him though if clubs come. I don't see how he would get away, but let's see. And an ace out of the window. Raphael pairing that up. That likely is an action killer too. There are 2 cards over the 7. Rozvadov hit pretty much nothing there. He does have a gut shot, straight draw, and that is it. And I don't see Raphael doing, playing this slow, but maybe he wants to try, or maybe he's wondering what his opponents can have. But is going to fire out, it looks like, for 135, a little more than half the pot. I don't see Pascal coming along, but we did see him make an interesting move earlier, and we did see Rozvadov floating before as well. It would actually put Raphael in a very tough spot if either player does a check raise here. But I don't see that happening, and Raphael does fold. And let's see what Rozvadov does. He does not think about it this time instantly in the muck, or maybe had enough time to think while Raphael was thinking. And even though it's a relatively dry flop, it's not that Raphael had the best of best kickers. I'm sure he's happy enough just taking down the pot on the flop there as well. You get very nervous if somebody plays back at you there, or even just floats you there. You don't know what they have if they're floating. So I don't know about poker right now in Belgium. I know that there's a lot of big poker going on over the next few months in Florida. Everybody's always talking about how I need to make it over to Florida to check out the poker rooms there. Maybe on my next trip back to the US, when I'm seeing family and friends in the New Jersey area, I will take a trip down. So is Techie going to get it in here? Once again, the blinds will be going up soon. The problem is he's not in late position, he's in middle position, does go into the muck. I could see that going either way, but with 20 big blinds it goes into the muck, and Pascal with the Queen 8 on the cutoff. Goes into the muck as well, but Rozvadov will likely be playing this. It is a pretty hand from the button. Jack 8 suited, not a premium by any means. Does flop well, he is in position. Can easily lay it down if he's played back at as well, pre-flop. And look at this, an identical Jack 8 suited for Andrea in clubs though. And Kai will likely fold as well. It's something I have to adapt to too, these big raising sizes. I've played so much online poker during the pandemic, and the raise sizings are much lower typically than live. And when I went to play live for the first time in months, it was a bit of an adjustment, like how to react to a 3.5x open with a 3-bet to like 16 big blinds and you have ace king. When those things typically do not come up as often in online poker. It does look like Kai, who came along, he did flop the best of it, but I don't see how he's so low in chips that calling with bottom pair, you have to have a read here. but does make the call, and now he's going nowhere with the 2-pair. But I don't think he's going to get that much more. The only way he can is by checking, but now that it's checked back, I don't see how he's going to get any more value anywhere along the way here. And the 3 on the river changes nothing. Will Kai try to extract some value? He should feel his 2-pair is good here. And likely whatever he bets is going to be good enough for a fold. I don't see Rozvadov all of a sudden bluffing here. It's not the story he's been telling throughout the hand. And although it was a little bit of a loose raise pre-flop with the 7-5 even from the big blind there, Rozvadov should feel pretty confident that he is not going to be able to get very much the fold unless the bet is big, and then does he want to risk that at this point? We've seen him bleed away about a third of his stack. It's not the same stack that he had to start the feature table. We had a little more than a 700,000 average stack when there were 70 players left, so that's gone up a bit, but he's still well above average for sure. If I'm ever fortunate enough to be at the Kings feature table, I have to remember to wear my hat. I usually wear my hat anyway for that aerial view. I do like it as a commentator. So Frank here, it's not going to get too much better. He is going to be in the blind soon. And let's see if he can get it through. He's not going to mind a call from late position per se because they could be calling lighter than ace-7 suited, but if he gets a call early on, he'll know that he's likely very behind. But so far, so good. I'm not sure if he's happier with just this getting through or if he wants to try to double up here. Probably happy either way, just to get some more chips, even though he's going to be in the blind soon. Next hand. And Andrea here with the King-Jack, but he'd be putting in more than half his stack. Frank has been super quiet. But Andrea looks like he is trying to get something from this stare down. Maybe some information. Opts not to risk. And Kai will likely be doing the same from the small blind. And Raphael with just the 9-4, so Frank chips up nicely just by stealing the blinds, but that's what happens when your stack is so short that really even taking the blinds and that big blind ante helps out. But both the big blind and the big blind ante are going right back in for him this hand because he's in the big blind. And it looks like another dealer change. Is this your dealer, Donna? I'm sure I am friendly with some of the dealers too, but it's hard for me to tell from the back of their head, so maybe you're having a similar issue. And Rozvadov still has the table chip lead, but you can see that's narrowed quite a bit with Kai and Pascal both chipping up. Raphael maintaining about what he's had throughout the day. Frank and Techie remain the short stacks, and Andrea's stack has gone back down to one of the short stacks as well, with Sebastian and Matthew with about 16, 17 big blinds each. What's another nice thing about this event while we are waiting for the hand is that all 153 players that advanced to day 2 were already in the money for 500 euros. So there was no money bubble, but instead each end of the day was a separate money bubble. We see more and more events being organized like that. And although I do like the drama of a money bubble, especially when I'm live reporting and even when I'm playing, it's nice to know at the end of the day that when you're coming back for another day that you've already cashed. You come in with a different level of mentality. You know you're not going to have to try to make the money first, and you can just focus on chipping up and playing your best poker in hopes of making it to the final day, the final table, and then hopefully the winner's circle. Andrea with the Jack-10 suited, one of my favorite hands, but not necessarily with this stack size, but he is in the cutoff. It's been unopened. The blinds have gone up. If it was 25,000 blind, maybe we would see him coming in. But does not want to shove, and raising with that stack size is very difficult as well. And it may be a walk. It is a walk. Will we see what King 10 and 4-2 for Rafael we saw? So there is, it looks like a raise there. That's why the 4-2 is suited. The graphics just aren't updated. So it was Matthew that raised to 65,000 with his mystery cards. And Frank, who just stole the blinds the previous hand, does have a very pretty hand. Even with the stack size, he can actually just call. He is thinking things over, though. Does make the call. Maybe we will get to see what Matthew has, maybe not, but then we can play along with Frank if we don't know what Matthew has. I like the occasional mystery card. Mystery hands. And this flop is not what Frank wanted to see, and he checks. If he shoved, we would maybe get a better idea, but Matthew will likely continue, even though his opponent only has a pot size bet left in his hand. I'm assuming Matthew didn't open light here with his stack either against the short stack in the big blind. And we're being told he has 6-6. I don't know if that's just a guess or if you have that information. But wouldn't be the worst of flops for 6-6. And so far at the feature table, we've seen a lot of small ball. We have not seen any eliminations. We have seen one jam. We maybe have seen 2 jams, but they haven't been called. But the players have made it through 100 players being eliminated from the field. They're down to just, from the day 2 field, down to just 52 players. They know they will make the final day if they make the final 24. Thanks for the information about those 6s. Rozvadov Plus opting to raise his suited connectors. Very in line with what we expect. And so far we're seeing some better hands fold, although it's very hard to consider ace-2 really better than 8-7 suited. Frank should have an easy lay down. He's in the small blind this time, so to call or to shove does not seem ideal and does fold. But Techie showing up with the ace-queen does have a short stack. This should be getting in. I do not see just a call. If it is a call, it should be getting in on the flop, which is also fine. Does get it in, and we'll likely see a call by Rozvadov Plus. I mean, he knows he's behind no matter what, but it's only 105,000 more to call to win a pot that will be 405,000. And does make the call. So we could have our first elimination here at the feature table if Techie's ace-queen does not hold. As you can see from the equity, the ace-queen is not that far ahead. 57% favorite over the 8-7 suited. And Techie has been very patient. He did get a premium hand. Will he get paid off for it? Oh my, 9-6-2 does give an open ender to Rozvadov Plus. His 7 and 8 are still alive as well. Techie has to be sweating. It's always interesting when both players whip the flop, but it's yet still 50-50 on who will win this hand. The 3 of hearts is a blank for Rozvadov Plus. Can Techie get the double up? He does not look that nervous considering his tournament life is at risk here. And the king of hearts on the river. Both players brick the board. Techie, though, doubles up his hand, does bang the table in thanks. Still short with 405,000, but the way we've seen him play short stacks now, it's like having a monster stack for him. And Rozvadov Plus now down to 1.1 million. He was up to around 1.9 million earlier at the feature table, going in the wrong direction, but you cannot blame the call once he opens the suited connectors there. He was priced in. Yeah, it was too many outs syndrome there, Hippie Poker. And here's a look at some of the stack sizes. And after that hand, Kai and Pascal pretty much neck and neck for table captain. Not because they've gone up so much, but because the chip leader at the table has lost a few hands, including that last one we just saw. It's a little bit of a loose open there by Matthew, but he's been quiet relatively with the king 10 off. It does appear to be much stronger likely to the other players considering he's under the gun. And Team Italy, Andrea Tucci here with the 4s. Is he thinking about making a move? He does have about 14 big blinds. And it looks like just a call, but let's see, it is just a call with the 4s. So it's not really a set line with these stack depths, but he is in position if none of the later position players get into the mix. But Frank here with the ace-king suited with 165,000 in a stack, that is just 5.5 big blinds. I would be shocked if his chips did not get in the middle, but it is tough also, depending on if there are any payout jumps at this point in time, being that he has 2 players in front of him. But does make the jam, which I am happy to see and wish him the best of luck. And Sebastian also with one of these stacks of just 15 big blinds. I don't see him doing anything here with the ace-10, but we haven't seen the Belgian really that active, so does walk away from the table, coming right back. And we have now a decision by Matthew. It is just 100,000, but he has Andrea behind him. And when you have 18 big blinds in your stack, is he going to put in another 3? No, does fold. Believes Frank's story and would have been well behind, and you can't blame Andrea just for calling there. So it does work out that it came along with the 4s, but only because Frank shoved over the top, which led to a fold, a very unusual circumstances. But is ahead in the coin flip situation, as you can see, 53% to 47%. Effectively a coin flip for both players, but Frank is at risk. If Frank, though, wins the hand to double up the 470,000, Andrea will be short on cards. And a 9-9-10 flop, Andrea still ahead, but now has not only fade an ace and a king, but also a 10. Frank does also have backdoor flush outs and is not that much less equity than he was pre-flop with the 41%. A jack of spades on the turn, so no more backdoor flush draw, but does open a Broadway gut shot draw. So it is still 60-40 despite Frank not hitting any of the board. Any jack, any 10, any queen, king, or ace. And unfortunately, though, it is the 3 of spades. So Frank is the first player eliminated at the feature table. Andrea's 4s hold against the big slick. Andrea chipping up as well to more than 20 big blinds where he was at earlier, to 24 big blinds as we could see from the graphics. And we'll likely have another player join the table soon enough, but for now we have the 8 that we began with. Andrea joined maybe a few hands in. He wasn't in the original lineup, but he's been with us quite a while, and the rest of the players at the table have been with us since the start of the stream. So unfortunate for Frank, he got it in with a premium hand, but his stack was too short for it to get through. Found himself in a flip situation, and despite having tons of outs on the river, was unable to get there for the double up, and it looks like he went out in either 52nd or 51st place. Rozvadov Plus looks like he's going to get in. He's reaching for chips with his ace-3 suited. Is it a min-raise? No, a little more. Looks like he's raising to 75, but we'll find out in a second. It is indeed 75,000. He's looking to change the momentum. It hasn't been great for him outside the very beginning at the feature table for Rozvadov Plus. And an ace-4 for techies, so a better ace, but neither really with a real kicker that would usually come into play unless the board hits it. Even though he's on the button, his stack is very small, and it doesn't look like he's willing to get it in with ace-4, and it's very hard to just call in those spots as well, so... And let's see if Matthew decides to come along with his 6-3 off. He does not. And maybe just stealing the blinds is that momentum changer Rozvadov Plus needs. We will see if he can piggyback that to get back to where he was before. He still has a healthy stack, though. So you could see some of the logos there, and one of them is the World Series of Poker Europe. And the players here are actually competing also for a main event ticket. So not only are there huge cash prizes for the final table, along with generous cash prizes for every day 2 qualifier, But the top 4 players in this event will walk away also with the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat valued at 10,350 euros. That will be held later in the year at King's Resort. And the action is paused on Andrea with the ace-jack suited, reaching for chips, which is no surprise. And a little more than a min-raise. It looks like the 65. Indeed it is. Oh my, jacks for Sebastian. And with this stack size, there's really... Is he going to call? I was about to say there's really one way to play this, and that's to get it in. But he is thinking things over, which is fine. Andrea did have an early position raise. And what do I know? It is not getting in quite yet. It looks like just a call. There were some extra chips thrown in there, but not enough to be qualified as a raise. And Pascal showing up with a nice hand on the big blind too, and he is priced in to get in. He is very behind, especially if an ace comes out without a 10. And if it's a 10 high flop, he's also in a bit of trouble. But he has a nice stack as well. And there is an ace on the flop, so an ace, I mean, this is a dream situation for Pascal, but it could also get him in trouble. Top pair for Pascal and Andrea. Sebastian playing it, I guess, smart with the jacks because it's easy to get away now with 2 overcards. But Pascal also with the nut flush draw on top of that. It is hard not to drool at the table if you're Pascal, and you see this flop though. Top pair and the nut flush draw all in one. Interesting. It checked around to Sebastian, who is the one who made the bet with the worst of it. I mean, I think he'll be able to get away from the hand, but let's see how that would pan out if both players call. It looks like Pascal raising it with this small cheeky raise to 125 and puts Andrea in a tough spot. All the options were available for Andrea, whether to call or raise if Pascal just called. Andrea is technically behind equity-wise, but if the hand ended right here, he is ahead. And he is going nowhere. So this is one of the bigger pots we have seen so far at the feature table. Already more than 500,000 chips in the pot. Tucci has less than a pot-sized bet left in his stack, as does Sebastian, but I don't see Sebastian continuing here. I mean, he was check raised, and he got a call from the other player, and does not have enough chips for fold equity. He has to feel he's behind, and does make the fold. And the 6 of hearts, is that going to slow things down for Pascal? It was a big bet and effectively a jam, just about. Andrea jammed over the top. Pascal making the call, getting the bad news. Does have a lot of outs though, not just the 10 once again. All sorts of clubs. Also, if an 8 or a 6 hits, if it's not the 6 of clubs, that would lead to a chop. With both players holding the same 2 pair at that point. And a club on the river, the 2 of clubs. Unfortunate for Andrea. It's just one of those cooler spots. Well done for Pascal though. Up to 2 million We have not seen a player at 2 million yet. At the feature table, Pascal is the first one, and what a crazy hand there. It began with the jacks not 3-betting pre-flop, and then the jacks leading out on the flop. And well done, Andrea. You finished likely somewhere in 48th, 47th place. So it was a good run. Not much you can do there. And an update on the stack. So now we have Sebastian and Techie and Matthew as the shorter stacks, but nobody is under 10 big blinds. So it's not like it was earlier at the feature table. Not that a 10 big blind stack is a monster stack, but you can certainly fold an orbit with 10 big blinds and then start to get nervous. King 9 for Matthew with 15.5 big blinds on the button. Reaching for chips. And it looks like a big raise. It's to 85,000, so almost 3 big blinds. Oh, to 100,000, I apologize, so even higher. And is that a 3-bet? A 3-bet to 275 by Pascal. Rozvadov is going to get out of the way with his 10-4. And I think Matthew will be folding here, leaving himself with just 12 big blinds. I mean, equity-wise, he's not doing too bad, and he would be playing in position, but you can't put that much of your stack in, and it's very hard to just get it in that spot as well. It does fold. So we've seen a lot of strong play here by Pascal. Not afraid to do the 3-bets. He had a 3-bet jam earlier with ace-9 and got 9s to fold. That was opening. And now, even though he was ahead, card on the floor. He would have been playing his ace-10 out of position and won the pot without really any problems. So welcome to everybody that's just joining us. You are watching the PlayerOne Poker Tour main event. It was a €300 buy-in with 6 opening fights and a €300,000 guarantee. Today began with 152 players remaining, each of which were in the money already for at least €500. The stream began with 72 players about an hour and a half ago, a little bit less. And they are dropping like flies. We are down to just 47 players, as you can see on the graphics above in the right corner. Techie getting it in. We haven't seen Techie really playing hands like this. Maybe he's trying to use his image a little bit, but he's been coming across as a very tight player pre-flop thus far. This does not go along with that image, with King 7 suited from such early position, putting in more than 3 big blinds. But so far, nobody's showing up with much of anything. Kai may opt to call with his Jack 9 suited. He probably would if the raise size was a little bit smaller. We could see a 3-bet if the stack sizes were a bit different. And if he has a read on Techie that he's light, he might 3-bet as well. Does opt to fold. and now is up to more than 15 big blinds once again. Here's a look at the chip counts once again. Pascal up to 2.2 million. That is equal to the amount that Kai and Rozvadov have combined, with each with 1.1 million. Raphael with 915,000. Techie, who we just saw win a hand, up to 465, and the short stacks, Matthew and Sebastian, down to 12 and 10 big blinds each. I love these graphics in the background as well. Kings does such a fantastic job with everything that they do. So Techie, who we just saw win a hand with King 7 suited, now has a better hand under the gun. And he's going to open, it looks like twice in a row. Is it the same sizing? We shall find out shortly how much he opened for. That's a limp, okay. But I don't see Matthew just limping here with ace queen suited. Does get it in. And this could be a nice chip up from him. So far, it looks like he's getting some folds. I don't see Techie also calling with his king jack suited. He would have been more priced in if he opened, but he's not priced in at all. I think that's the second time we've seen a card flipped over. $335 to call. That's not happening with 9-7 offsuit. It's just a matter of whether Techie decides to gamble or not here. It was just a limp by Techie preflop. It was not a raise once again. So I'd be surprised to see Techie just limp and then call off a 12 big blind shove for most of his stack. Does fold. And when you're down as low as Matthew was, every pot helps out a bit. Is near 16 big blinds right now. Techie, who won the hand before, is now at around 14.5 big blinds. So not much has changed with the stack sizes from the previous update, the hand before. Sebastian still the most desperate on the table for a double up or creative ways of chipping up. Pascal has been on the plus and Rozvadov has been on the minus in the last hour. And could we see back-to-back all-ins by Matthew? He does have a bigger stack now. So we may just see a raise. What we're not going to see is a fold with these tens. He's thinking about how much to bet. It looks like it's a nice size raise there. If I'm not mistaken, 125, and it is 125,000. So a pretty big raise from early position. So far, nobody's showing up with anything. I don't see Rozvadov He hasn't played a hand in a little bit, but I don't see 5-3 offsuit being the one that he's going to get back into the mix with. And Rafael getting his queen 6 into the muck, and now it's just a matter of whether Techie decides to shove. He wouldn't really have any fold equity, but we just saw him have fold equity on a limp. The one thing he shouldn't be doing here is just calling with the 3s. And we know that Matthew has 10, so we don't want to see him shoving. He's been a disciplined player. He does opt to fold. He'll be happy when he sees that back on the stream that he was folding to 10s. Although maybe he would have gone lucky. Maybe would have seen a 3 or 2 on the board there, but we will never know about that. Matthew has managed to chip up a little bit the last hand, under the gun with the Jack 5. Although he is reaching for chips, yep, he does make the fold. And it's Pascal's turn with the 10s now, and he is the chip leader. At the table anyway, probably not in the event, but we don't have access to the side event chip counts. But the average stack should be around 1 million, maybe a little bit more at this point. So a raise to 100,000, and Rozvadov showing up with the ace-queen, and he's been rather quiet the last orbit. Ace-queen is not a hand I expect him to be quiet with, though. Are we going to see a 3-bet? Are we going to see a call? It is looking like a 3-bet. 3-bet to about 260. It is 260. So this puts Pascal in an interesting spot. He's been gradually chipping up. And he's going to either have to play these 10s out of position. I don't see him opting to fold. And it's very difficult to 4-bet here as well. Against Rozvadov plus. What is he going to do? It looks like he's just making the call, and we'll see what happens after the flop. So already 20 big blinds in the pot, and Rozvadov plus flopping top 2, but it's going to be hard for him to get really any value. And Rozvadov plus does have some outs, but he shouldn't really be counting on those either. He is showing up with 22% equity, as he would win the hand with the 10 or a king for Broadway, 10 for a set. Of course, Rozvadov plus, if that happened on the turn, would have some redraws to the full house. Wow, quick call here by Pascal. And that was a half pot bet. Now we have 1.2 million in the pot already. Rozvadov plus with top 2. Pascal on a draw. 3 overcards to his 10. And the 6 of spades on the turn is a safe card for Rozvadov plus. Is he just getting it in? He gets it in, and I don't see how Pascal can call here. He should never think that he's ahead, per se. And doesn't have enough equity into the pot. You know, he should think that either a 10 or a king would be good, but very often Rozvadov plus would do the same thing with ace-king. So a king maybe would not, a 10 maybe would not be good in that case. But it isn't a snap full by him, so he is thinking things over. Yeah, Hippie. Yeah, Bird. I'm not quite sure about the call on the flop. But these two have been playing with each other. You know, there's maybe other dynamics in play as well. Maybe if it went check on the turn, he jams any river. There's a lot of things we will never know. But once again, we have Roz back as the table chip leader. Rozvadov has been up and down. Began the table with about 1.8 million, was up to about 1.9, was down to a little bit more than a million, and now has about 1.7 back again. So the jacks with Pascal. He did just lose a hand with a worse hand of tens. Those are two hands that are always hard to play when you're getting resistance. Should have been easier for him on that last board when he had 3 overcards to his 10, but jacks are slightly better. And Rozvadov, who just won a hand, he looks like he was itching to get back in, but instead he will fold his queen 3 suited and continue stacking up his chick. So Kai getting in with the 4s. So at this point, Kai is dominated, but we'll see what happens. But I'd like to see, just to see what will happen, is some cards over that jack. And a pretty hand in the big blind as well. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a call by Matthew, even though he is getting short. And makes the call. His king is live anyway. If it's a 10 high flop, that could lead to some trouble. But oh my, this could be trouble for Matthew. He flops top pair, but Pascal with the middle set with the jacks. Will Pascal slow play his set? It looks like he's pretending to be a little bit uninterested. Or maybe the tournament director is announcing something to the table. That's also possible. It looks like about 105. It is 105,000. That will get Kai out of the way. But is Matthew going to be able to sniff this one out? It's very hard to get away from top pair just on a single bet on the flop. But he does. I don't know if he had a read there. Oh, no, he doesn't. That was, I'm sorry. Now it's on Matthew. And Matthew doesn't look like he's about to get away. Jams. Gets called. He will be getting the bad news. He's drawing very thin. Needs a pair of runners to stay alive. Does have a diamond backdoor flush draw. He has potential full house draw as well. But both those draws are very thin. You could see him showing up with only 9% equity, and it could easily be drawing dead on this turn. And is drawing dead on the 2 of spades turn. Well played, Pascal. And good game, Matthew. It's very difficult there when you flop top pair once you're in pre-flop. And I believe he is out in 44th place. It could be 43rd or 42nd as well, depending on how updated the graphics are on the rest of the room. But nice run for him. comes close to making it to the end of the day, but not enough. And you can't really blame him for thinking he might be good there. But Pascal rebounding straight after losing a big hand to Rozvadov with his tens against ace queen. Rebounds the very next hand with jacks, flopping that set and getting paid off for it. And it looks like we have at least one new player at the table. And let's see if we can see who else is at the table now. Rozvadov under the gun with the mystery hand. We'll probably find out what he has. He's putting them in the box now, so it's a pair of ducks. Okay, so we have Zoltan as a new player from Germany with a big stack of 2.2 million, folding the 7-5 suited. Kai coming along with the fours, and Raphael with the jacks. We're likely going to see a 3-bet here. But I love the nickname Zoltan. Players at Kings Resort are allowed to use nicknames instead of their real names, as we see from Rozvadov. Now Zoltan is the second at the feature table to do the same. And Raphael, thinking things over, has 28 big blinds. Does make a 3-bet. It looks like, we will find out soon, but it looks like more than 200,000, 210. To 215. We have another new player in David at the table as well. So a player from Germany and Zoltan. David Delatry from France also at the table. And let's see if Rozvadov will come along with his twos out of position. At least it's easy enough to get away from post flop. Raphael's sizing wasn't too outrageous. It's from a little more than 2 big blinds up to a little more than 7 big blinds with a raise and a caller. It looks very squeezy, except Raphael is also only in middle position. And it looks like Kai is going to get away too. You never mind that with jacks. I mean, he doesn't know that he was up against 4s and 2s, but I have a feeling Raphael is happy enough just piling up his chips there. This is 43 players left. It may be 42 from an original field of 1,022 players. There were 152 players to start today, each of which are already in the money for 500 euros, being that each of the 6 opening fights played down to the money. Today we'll play down to just 24 players, and then the action will resume for the players at 2:30 Central European time. And then tomorrow they'll play from 24 players down to a winner, where one player will walk away with a 60,000 euro prize, which includes a WSOP Europe seat, main event seat valued at 10,350 euros. And that seat will be awarded also to second, third, and fourth places as well. Zoltan, big stack, Cowboys, loving life. And it looks like a raise to 75. Indeed it is. Yeah, life is good, hippie poker. You know, you sit down at the table, your first hand is Cowboys. Although it was his second hand. He had regs. I think it was 7-5 suited last hand. And Raphael. What is going on here? Can this be right? That couldn't have been Raphael. That was likely David with the ace-king. It looked like David. But we'll likely find out soon enough anyway, because I think, you know, there's no way Zoltan is ever folding here. And we did see an ace-king go into the muck. So I'm guessing it was Raphael folding. David called, jammed with the ace-king for $1 million, which is a pretty huge jam, but very often with the ace-king, you see players doing that. And Zoltan is not going anywhere with this Cowboys. Makes the call, so it could be lights out early for David, if I'm correct about that. Yeah, the triangle's in front of David, not in front of Raphael, so this all makes sense now. It's not the 5-3, it's kings against ace-king. We'll get that confirmed in a second when the camera zooms down on the cards. It is kings versus ace-king, and a 3-8-7 flop. So far, Zoltan's Cowboys are ahead. David at risk with his ace-king. 2 of spades on the turn does nothing to help David. He needs an ace to stay alive and have a big stack. If not, Zoltan will be sitting on a stack of more than 3 million in chips. And I love this drama, the suspense of the river card coming out. And a 2 of diamonds pairing the board. Well, David, we only saw you for a couple hands, but very good game out in 43rd place. And Zoltan, only 2 hands at the table, and wins already the biggest pot that we've seen at the feature table of 2.2 million with his Cowboys holding against ace-king. And although it showed Raphael as being eliminated, that was David being eliminated. I'm sure they will catch up shortly with the graphics. The trackers work very hard, and you have to bear with them when there are these small things, but it was basically just a click, you know, for the other player. But it was not Raphael's 5-3 that got in. As we saw, it was David's big slick. Zoltan with the amazing nickname making the call. And Rozvadov can't be too happy because he had a lot of chips, and now he's pretty much got the worst seat in the house with Zoltan having position on him with nearly double his stack. But life is good. You come to the feature table 2 hands in, you get kings. You get it in against ace-king, you hold. And here we could see the average. The average is up to, it was about 700 to start. Now it's at more than 1.2 million. We've seen 31 players drop since we started the stream less than 2 hours ago. So we see a raise now by Raphael. I'm not sure if we're going to have this whole hand blind. But right now we don't see any of the cards, and it's... Okay, now we have some graphics, and we have Raphael back in the mix, so let's see if... Okay, so now we see Raphael has 9s, raises to 105,000. The blinds have gone up to 20,000, 40,000. Sebastian, with about double that, gets it in with the ace-jack from the cutoff. I don't see Raphael folding. I don't think Pascal's going to come along with this ace-8. I don't see Zoltan doing anything with this 10-deuce suited. So we could see 2 players out in as many hands. Sebastian has been very patient. And ace-jack is usually a decent spot to get it in. He was against an early position raiser. Rafael hasn't really been out of line, but even so, and I'm not sure what we're waiting for because I believe Zoltan made the fold already. There we go. And we're waiting for Rafael to make the call. So Rafael is priced in. He must have made the call already. He did. And so far the nine's ahead on the 7-king-6 flop. Sebastian needs an ace or a jack on the turn or the river to stay alive. Sebastian did hang in there quite a while, regardless of how things turned out. The 5 of diamonds does not help Sebastian, and you could see one of his outs are gone, so he would have 6 outs, but it's down to 5. And the 10 of hearts does not help Sebastian. Rafael wins the hand, chips up to 1.3 million. Nice run for Sebastian Nord. Finishes, I believe, in 42nd place, somewhere around there anyway. Hung around with a short stack the entire feature table. We saw 30 players go out before him. Got it in on a coin flip, but just didn't get there. And meanwhile, Rafael has an average stack, maybe even a little bit more after the hand. Setting himself nicely to continue gathering chips into day 3. And Rafael, once again, may get into the action, this time not with nearly a strong enough hand for him to want to open with under the gun, but many would open there. And Techie, who we saw really only play a little bit loose pre-flop when he jammed the King 7 suited earlier, does not surprise with the fold there. I'd be surprised though if Rozvadov folded here. He does like playing hands on the button. He has a connecting hand, not suited connectors, but he is in position. It is easy for him to get away from any pushback from the blinds without damaging his stack too much. And does opt to open, it looks like for 110, 115. We will see in a moment. And Zoltan, we do not see what Zoltan has, but we do know it's not strong enough for him to continue along. And what is Kai going to do? Kai also folding. And maybe even the 10 high was good against the blinds. But either way, Rozvadov can't be upset about stealing there. Rozvadov does win the best dressed at the table. I always find these interesting hats kind of cool too. Techie thinking things over. Maybe didn't realize the action was on him. Yeah, that looks like to be the case. Pascal with 3 high in the muck. Rozvadov, I think, will be throwing the 4 deuce in the muck. He shouldn't try to get too cute with Zoltan on the button with 4 high. Zoltan, though, on the button, King 10 suited, that will get opened. Looks like maybe 95. Yeah, 95,000. And will we see back-to-back button steals? Probably not, with Raphael showing up with an ace in his hand. If it was an early position raise, I could see Raphael not opting to do anything but folding here, but this is a button raise by the table chip leader. But it's also near the end of the day. He's also going to be playing ace rag out of position. And it's a tough one to 3-bet as well, although he does have enough chips to do that and still get away from a potential 4-bet. It looks like a call, but let's get that confirmed. It's hard to see the chip colors from this camera angle. That might be a raise. It is a 3-bet to 245, and this should work. So Raphael showing the gusto here, showing the guts. And while Zoltan usually doesn't always have to have a good hand here to open the button with, you may decide that King 10 is good enough to call a 3-bet. I don't think he's thinking about putting more pressure on with the 4-bet, but that might be in his mind as well. That would maybe be the play of the day if he does come out with the 4-bet here. And we don't know that much about Sultan's play other than how he plays Cowboys so far, because he hasn't been at the table long enough. Does muck. Raphael chipping up once again. Didn't need to see a flop this time, and now he's up to 1.5 million. He was a bit higher than that. He gave up some chips to Rozvadov about 20 minutes ago, but getting most of them back. Techie throwing away the ace rag, and we have a new player at the table, Yishay from Israel. So with some players going out, it's no surprise that new players coming in. Is Zoltan going to raise it up at the Queen 4? He does have the chip lead at the table. They are 17 away from bagging chips into the final day, so expect to see some pressure from him. And as we do here now with just the Queen 4. but he picked the wrong time to do so. Raphael showing up with the aces, and Raphael has been playing aggressive. We just saw him 3-bet with the ace-7. We saw him 3-betting earlier. Is he going to slow play his aces? Is he going to 3-bet again? It looks like it's a 3-bet again. Those white chips that you see are worth 100,000 each, but the blue one's 25,000. So maybe to 275 to 275. And although Raphael wasn't upset that his ace-7 got some folds, he will be not so happy that Zoltan will likely be folding here. But if he looks back at the stream, he'll see that Zoltan really didn't have anything, and that was the best he was going to do that hand. I mean, he could have flatted, but that is just knowing what your opponent has. Is this Justin? Justin, San Francisco Justin. I may have an old friend in the chat here. This is rather exciting. I think my last trip to Las Vegas, we got together, Justin. That might have been the last time, and that was many years ago, unfortunately. Normally, I would say the Jack-3 would get folded, but let's see. Rozvadov Plus likes to mix it up a little bit. I've been paying attention to your Sixers, Justin. So Kai with the raise and nobody having much of anything. With ace-10, you're happy to take down the pot right there and then, even from the cutoff. You don't really want to be played back at with the 3-bet pre-flop. Donna, don't worry about it. Everybody here is very cool so far, and the chat hasn't been super active. Although if they get active, I'm sure they're going to behave themselves as well. I appreciate you, though, coming in, Donna, as always. And I'll talk about your fall. I'm just reading that as well. I should have asked how you were doing earlier in the day. But hope you feel better, and hope you actually get some sleep. For those of you that don't know Dark Angel, she's always behind the scenes, and she is a mod extraordinaire of many Twitch channels, not just the Kings Resort Twitch channel, PokerRoomKings Twitch channel, but many others as well. Very active in the ladies community, especially the fantastic ladies in poker community. We're running some amazing things right now, actually. So if you're a woman playing poker, you should definitely consider checking them out. But Donna is very often a sounding board to many of my good and stupid ideas. Sometimes they could be good and stupid, but usually it's one or the other. And someone that I appreciate personally quite a lot in the poker community. So Rozvadov here with the ace-queen opening it up from early position. And Yishe, who we haven't really seen play yet, defending with the jack-10. No, he folded with jack-10, apologies. And Rozvadov showing that he actually had cards this time with the ace-queen. It was kind of like a sometimes I have it, guys. I can only hope to be a Nets fan, Justin. Unfortunately, I grew up a Knicks fan, which is nearly as bad as being a Jets fan. At least the Devils have treated me okay over the years, and Lithuanian basketball, which I now follow closer than the NBA, has been fairly entertaining. And we're having some kind of curling championships in May, but I can't find any information from anyone. But my son wants to go, so if I'm home, I will be actually seeing some curling in Lithuania, which is interesting. But Rozvadov back with an ace, not the ace-queen this time, it's ace-10. He is under the gun with the field down to 41 players, and him just showing the ace-queen. Maybe he'll get some respect with this ace-10 as well. Raphael, though, with a pretty hand in the hijack. I love these hands in cash games. In tournaments, they very often get me in trouble, these suited gappers. Especially at this stage of the game where you're calling off or 3-betting with less stack depth than you are early on. Raphael playing it safe with the fold. And I need that to go slower to catch the new nickname at the table to see if Zoltan is still the nickname of the day. And Pascal, this should just go through for Rozvadov. I don't see Pascal getting cute with the 5-3 against an under-the-gun raise. Are you going to show it this time? Let's see if he shows. It looks like no show. So for those of you just tuning in and wondering what you might be watching right now, this is live at Kings Resort in Rozvadov, Czech Republic, the PlayerOne Poker Tour 300 Euro main event. So a reasonable buy-in that is great for recreational and professional players alike. A 300,000 guaranteed prize pool. After 6 opening flights, the field was down to just 152 hopefuls out of a field of 1,022 entries, each of which were guaranteed today at least a 500 Euro min cash. We began the stream about 2 hours ago with 72 players left and already down to 41. The day will end when we reach 24 players and will resume tomorrow at around 3 o'clock stream time in Central European time and play down to a winner, with tomorrow's winner walking away with 60,000 Euro top prize, which includes a seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event valued at 10,350 euros. And those of you that do not recognize my voice, I am not the charismatic Finton Gavin. He unfortunately is under the weather, so I am subbing in for him today. I am Jason Glatzer. You've probably heard me doing other commentating, maybe see me around doing reporting or playing as well. Some of you may know me as Wacky Jackson from the old school online poker days, but I'm very involved with poker media and just recently started a new position with the Festival Series and PokerListings.com as their content and live reporting manager. So Rozvadov, will he defend with his King 10 suited? Most likely. He's not going to 3-bet against an under-the-gun raiser, especially Zoltan with his massive stack. Although Zoltan would be happy to see a 10 high flop, Rozvadov would be hurt by that. I'm not sure why I'm always rooting for these scenarios. I'm certainly not rooting for them when I'm playing. So this will be interesting on this flop. Neither player hitting anything, but if Rozvadov reaches for chips, he could wind up taking the control of the hand either this street or next, but he does check. Zoltan may feel his 10s are good, which they are, but may not want to bloat the pot quite yet as well. But it becomes tricky if that second card comes above 10, and he is reaching for chips. It looks like about 110. It might be 135. We'll find out in a second. It's 110,000, so a little less than half the pot. I'm not sure yet about Dublin. I'll talk about that after the hand. But very interesting that Rozvadov makes the call, so he has a plan here. We've seen him do this once before where he floated with nothing, then didn't improve on the turn and let out and took down the pot. But in this case, he does improve on the turn and does check. So I'm wondering what he would have done if it was a blank on the turn. But now it's going to be very hard for Zoltan to find a bet here. He could find one because he is representing a lot of kings as well. He wasn't under the gun opener. But this isn't going to be big enough to scare Rozvadov off, at least on the turn. But is Rozvadov going to call, or is he going to raise? It looks like he's just reaching for a call. And the poker place on Zoltan, using that mask, he's concealing a lot of his face alone, and the hood is concealing just about the rest of it. So it's going to be very hard for Rozvadov to get any reads. But does raise to 500,000. Now Zoltan is the one trying to get reads, and Rozvadov doing his best not to offer any. And floats the flop, gets there on the turn, and then takes down the hand to win a big pot, up to 2.3 million. That's his highest point at the feature table. Zoltan down to 2.6, still more than what he came with. He came to the feature table with 2.2 million, and now they're having a little bit of table talk. But the table is definitely a lot more entertaining with Rozvadov at the table. Seems to have many gears. And Ricios, I'm not sure about the Dublin yet. If I come, it's coming as more of a poker tourist, maybe doing some networking and playing some stuff, but I have too many other trips planned in April for me to take a trip like that per se. I do love the Irish Open though. They do a good job there as well. So good luck to you if you're going to that. The VO of poker. Okay, so now we know his name. I was having so much trouble reading it because he folds so quickly, but now we see what he has. And it looks like this is folding around pretty fast, and Pascal probably won't play even... Yeah, he's not playing his 9-2. Rozvadov will likely complete, but maybe raising. It's one of those hands where very often you could just fold it as well, but I don't see that happening with this particular player. Where are you from, Ricius? And Zoltan now in a tough spot with the Jack-5. It's not really a tough spot. I mean, you can call and see a flop, you can fold and go on to the next hand. There's no reason to really get cute unless you're fuming from the hand before. Does make the fold, and Rozvadov chipping up once again. Ah, okay. I should remember the screen name. I probably know who you are, based on that description, though. Hit me up on either Facebook or Twitter tonight or tomorrow. Yeah. Then, yeah, I know who you are then. It's been too long since I've been to Dublin. It's been too long since I've been to a lot of places, but the Irish Open, I think the last time I was there was 2018, maybe? Might have been 17 even. I always want to go, but I always have something else that's either at the same time or before or after. So very interesting. Rozvadov now playing hand after hand. This time he looks like opening it up almost to 3 big blinds with 10-8 off, and that should really get the job done once again. I mean, Kai's laughing, but there's not much he can do here. Even if he knows he's being bullied, he doesn't know 100%. And when there's 38 left, 24 making tomorrow, very often you just want to at least bag something into the final day and then see from there. It's not really like a bubble, but it's more of like a psychological thing. And this roller coaster ride by Rozvadov just continues. He started with nearly 2 million at the feature table a few hours ago. 2 hours ago was down to about 1 million, and now he's edging on 3 million. And with the new players at the table, the folds are coming much faster, so we're getting a lot more hands in, which is nice for you guys and nice for me. I don't mind to see players thinking about things. I don't mind with Rozvadov either, because he probably legit is thinking. But since he's providing the most entertainment on the table, if he needs a few extra seconds pre-flop, that's okay. And now Zoltan with the 5s on the button. He's once again back in stare down mode. To 95,000. And so far that'll get the job done. And Raphael, who we've seen play a few different styles at this point, does make the fold though. It's one of those hands where if you're suited, you probably actually peel off there. It's kind of a mistake of mine that I'm trying to plug playing online, is calling from the big blind a little bit too wide with hands like 9-5. Let's see if any ace from any position is good enough for Rozvadov to get into the action. I love the towers he has. He has some white chips also in front there. Counting out his raise. I think it's 105 based on the way this is stacked up, but let's see. Although I am good at eyeballing chip stacks, it's hard when they're that big. It is 105. And Kai with the Queen Jack suited on the button does just opt to call. The safest of decisions, although fold is safer, but he is on the button with a very pretty hand. The Theo of poker we haven't seen play a single hand, but does have an okay stack. Let's see if 9-5 offsuit will be the first hand we see him playing at the feature table. And does feel like he's priced in. He made the call. Made the call and flopped the best here. I mean, it is just bottom pair, but he has bottom pair alongside a gut shot. The thing is, Rozvadov was the pre-flop aggressor from the hijack, and it's often very hard to keep going with this if you're facing any resistance here. But Rozvadov opting to check after whiffing the board, and Kai has two overcards, backdoor flush draw, but really not much going on either. Does opt to check. Free card for the turn. Two of spades gives Rozvadov a gut shot wheel draw, but can't feel too good about his hand. If Theo bets, that should be good enough to take it down. 200,000. So he's about half the pot, a little bit more. And Rozvadov, we've seen him do these floats before, so I shouldn't have been so quick in saying it should have been good enough. Maybe he wants to see a river. I don't think he'll be raising here. I think he will be folding, but let's see. Does fold, and Kai is likely to follow suit. Into the muck they go. Are you going to show the 5 or show the 9? He shows nothing. There's a lot of players that have a habit of showing, not showing their hand, but checking their hand before they throw it into the muck after winning the hand. Maybe just to make sure that that's what they had. So I'm not sure how many players we had left. Last we saw the graphic, there were 38 left, but it's been a little bit of time. There we go. So it's 37 left. Average stack of nearly 1.4 million chips throughout the room. And Zoltan, the first with a hand here from the hijack with the ace-queen. Back into stare down mode. I'm not sure if that's actually stare down mode or if he's thinking. It's hard to see where his eyes are pointed. So far, nobody really with anything to come along with that 95,000 raise. And it looks like he's showing his 9-4. And Zoltan taking down the pot. It's not that Zoltan, and you could see the stacks of Zoltan there, and next to him you could see Rozvadov's stack, and it's not that they have that much different in chips, even though it looks like it, because of that big white stack of 100Ks that Zoltan has. Based on what we saw with Ace-3 earlier, this one is suited. We'll probably see a raise from Rozvadov. So we could see him with 2.4 million to start the hand, then we'll see Zoltan, who won't be that much less, in a second if they flash. Zoltan actually has more chips, even though based on just looking at the stacks it looks like he has less. Raphael with the trays. Let's see what he decides to do with this baby pocket pair. He is dominating Rozvadov, but he has no way of knowing that. It looks like he's reaching for a 3-bet. It is a 3-bet, but for how much? 245, I believe. Let's see. Yep, to 245,000. And now it's decision time for the Theo of poker. Ace-9 on the button. Doesn't look that strong when you have an open and a 3-bet. And does fold. But that leaves one less ace for Rozvadov if he decides to come along. He does like to see flops, so it doesn't surprise me he's reaching for chips. And the 3-bet wasn't that large, actually. Does make the call. So there's 2 aces left in the deck. But really, if he puts pressure on Raphael, as long as the case 3 doesn't come out, it's going to be hard for Raphael to really play this hand even in position. But that's all dependent on Rozvadov having a plan of aggression regardless of the board here. And he doesn't know that Raphael has 3s. But what do I know? The ace comes on the flop. One of the 2 remaining aces that put Rozvadov well ahead. He may be worried about better aces. And is Raphael going to fire out a continuation bet? He is looking down at his chips, or maybe his cards. It's usually a sign that he's going to be reaching for them, and he does. So a bet of around 160, it is 165,000. Rozvadov with top pair, but does have a bad kicker. You call pre-flop though to a 3-bet with ace-3 suited and then fold when you flop top pair. Probably not. Does make the call after checking his cards, perhaps making sure that he did have the ace. Andre, unfortunately, Finton is sick, so you're with me today and tomorrow. I am Jason Glatzer, if you don't recognize my voice, but Finton will be back for other amazing events at Kings Resorts in the near future when he is feeling a little bit better. So the 7 clubs on the turn doesn't really change anything in the hand. What could be interesting if that 3 of hearts comes on the river, because Rozvadov would have 2 pair and Raphael would have that set, then chips are getting in, but the way things are going, this pot is getting more and more bloated. But will Raphael's pressure, because it does look like he's reaching out for another bet, will that be enough to get Rozvadov out of the hand? By now he's looking really strong. He 3-bet pre-flop. He continued on the flop, and he bet the turn. So Rozvadov does have a reason to be concerned. We see that he's a 97% favorite. He's only fading the 3 of hearts. But that's what's so much fun about knowing the cards. If you're sitting at the table, you have to try to figure all this out. And more often than not, you don't figure out the range that your opponent might have here. And Rozvadov does have a good stack with only 13 players remaining before they bag up chicks. There's 37 players remaining, 24 will bag up. I expect it to go at least 1 more blind level, maybe 2, before that happens. Andre, I'll send your best to Finton. I'll likely talk to him when we're off the stream, if he's still awake. If not, I will chat with him tomorrow. But I'm sure Finton has seen these players play hundreds of hands in streams on the past. Where me, I'm beginning to learn how they're playing for the first time. I've done my share of live reporting and commentating in Estonia and in Malta on the commentating side. But it's an honor for the first time to commentate on an event at Kings Resort. It has to be the nicest feature table that I've seen anywhere. The whole setup is amazing. You feel so comfortable if you're a player playing at the feature table. Very often at feature tables you can feel very cramped, and here they have these beautiful chairs and everything is separated away. Oh my, Rozvadov, thinking he has the best, does a raise. He does have the best. And this should be good enough. Raphael is maybe going to pause to save some face. But he has no fold equity left. Maybe a little bit of fold equity. What would happen if Raphael jammed to 1.2? It puts Rozvadov in a very tough spot, but that's a very difficult move to make, and it would be likely picked off in this case. We've seen Raphael show some pre-flop aggression in that manner with an ace-9 suited about an hour ago. So he does have different modes. He's been playing with Rozvadov for quite a while now. But yes, it was just basically saving a little bit of face, pretending you're thinking about it, and making the fold. Well, thank you, Transylvanian Poker. But I love Finton. Finton, I've known Finton for so many years. And when he asked me if I can do the commentating. I canceled my online poker plans for this evening and my plans for tomorrow. Cleared everything up and am very excited about watching who wins this event. I do love how Kings has so many events throughout the year with these crazy guarantees for such a small buy-in. This PlayerOne Poker Tour main event, for example, has a 300,000 euro guarantee for just 300 euros. But back to the action, Rozvadov, who just keeps winning hand after hand in the last orbit, now showing up with rockets. So it's probably a case of the rich getting richer. He's back to chip leader at the table. And I think that they're asking him to get rid of some of his chips and to color up, but I think that's just based on what we see happening now. It's probably around 100. He was doing 95, 110 it looks like. 110,000, and Zoltan will toss away his queen 5, but by now with Rozvadov opening so many hands or calling so many hands that have been opened, I don't think anybody is putting him on strong hands all the time. So we'll see if anybody opts to play back at him. I don't think it'll be the Leo of poker with the 10-7. And Techie is down to just 160. This isn't really going to be the spot unless he doesn't feel like coming back from the break. It looks like players are about to take. And unfortunately for him, it might get through it. Though Pascal here in the big blind with the 4s. I don't see him ever folding here. I don't think he will be 3-betting. And will likely be getting away from most flops anyway, but at least call to see a flop. And that's what he does. So Pascal with the quick check, and Rozvadov will be continuing on just about any board. It's not really actually the best board when you have aces, but it's better with aces than obviously with ace-king. We know he still has the best hand, and he'll likely continue even if he's played back at it, and he should feel he has the best hand. But the big blind has a lot of 2 pairs and other things that he could be having if he shows some playback as well. And we've seen Pascal playing back in the past at times. He may not be buying that Rozvadov has him absolutely dominated, but does opt to fold, and I think he'll get shown the aces. He does. The 2 of them have been playing for a while, and it gets a nice hand. And it looks like with that, we will be going on a quick break. It looks like we have 12 minutes, so please stay tuned. We will be back until there are 24 players left. So come back in 12 minutes or stay here for the time being for the PlayerOne Poker Tour main event. We're down to 37 players. The winner tomorrow will be getting a 60,000 euro prize, including a World Series of Poker Europe main event seat that will be given not only to the winner, but to the top 4 players. We'll be back very shortly. Please stay tuned.
can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back, everyone. For those of you just joining us, this is Jason Glatzer subbing in for your usual commentator, Fintan Gavin. Get well soon, Fintan. Hope you get well soon. And as you could see, we are in Rozvadov for the PlayerOne Poker Tour 300 Euro main event, which boasts a tasty 300,000 guarantee. We were down to about 37 players when the break took place. It may be 36. We will find out soon. The day will end when there are just 24 hopefuls left coming back tomorrow in hopes of hitting that 60,000 euro top prize. That prize includes a World Series of Poker Europe package, not a package, but a seat valued at 10,350 euros. That same ticket will also be going to second, third, and fourth places. So not only a chance to win big money tomorrow, there's a bigger chance also later on in the year for the top four to win something life-changing at the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Always one of the biggest events of the year. And Rozvadov at Kings Resort has been the host of the World Series of Poker Europe for the last few years. It's a great partnership they have with the World Series of Poker. And right now, there's also big things going on at Kings in Prague as well with the European Poker Tour, the EPT Prague, back in action. Many players in Prague, but there's still many in Rozvadov as well, as this tournament attracted 1,022 entries. Day 2 began with 153 hopefuls, all in the money for at least a 500 euro min cash. And prizes just go up from there. Tomorrow, though, is when they will be playing for the big money. Today, players just want to have a nice stack going into tomorrow. It is, as I mentioned earlier, sort of like a psychological bubble just to make the final day, even without pay jumps in mind. So near the end of the day, we may see some tighter play by some of the short and medium stacks than we have seen so far. But blinds right now have gone up once again to 25,000, 50,000. There are still 37 players left, so 13 more have to drop before they bag chips for the day. So we still have quite a bit left of action today. And although things started off a little bit slow with the stream action, they certainly picked up. The gentleman with the nickname Rozva Plus has provided most of the juicy action, but right away we see Pascal getting it in for 400,000 with the Queen Jack suited from the small blind, and it's going to be a bit of a cooler as that would normally just get through. No, it was a limp by Pascal. I apologize with the Queen Jack suited, and it was Yishe that jammed with the Ace 10. And Pascal saying that I will call. So it was Yishe jamming the button with Ace 10. Okay, so Pascal, apologies for the action here. Yishe jammed the button for a little more than 8 big blinds. Pascal just flat calling from the small blind and has quite a bit of equity against that Ace 10. So it's almost a coin flip situation with Yishe slightly out in front. Yishe joined the feature table near maybe 30 minutes before the break. We haven't seen him play that many hands. Certainly getting it in with Ace 10 from the button when you have 8 big blinds left is a no-brainer. And flops 2 pair. Pascal, though, has a gut shot Broadway draw. He also has a backdoor flush draw. So still has some equity in the hand. Now can improve the trips as well. So any jack, any king. And it's a queen for 2 pair, but his 2 pair is not good enough. So Yishe doubles up with the Ace 10. Has some breathing room. It has 19 big blinds right now. So we'll see if that changes up how he plays. And a big smile on the face of Yishe as well. Not so much by Pascal, though. He doesn't look too happy about the way that turned out. It doesn't look like he has a lot of chips, but he's still sitting on about $1.5 million. It could be deceiving because he has a lot of those 100K chips on the bottom of the stack there. Those grayish chips are 100K. Blue ones are 25,000 and the orange are 5,000 chips. Although from this angle the blue chips are really purple, but I think my my coloring was okay too. We could call the purple blue. It looks like Rozvadov did not make it back to his seat in time to see his cards on either of the hands. And he's getting up once again, so maybe he'll miss another hand. Sometimes a 15-minute break isn't long enough for some players. I think 15 minutes, though, is the perfect amount. If you smoke, you have time for that cigarette. It gives you enough time to talk to a few people and still use the toilet. It's not meant to be a dinner break. So very interesting here. Techie jamming. It's not really that big of a jam. It's a little more than 3 big blinds from the button. No, from the hijack, I apologize. And this is over the raise of the Theo of poker. And Zoltan, what is he going to do? If he just calls, then the Theo of poker can't isolate him based on the sizings here. So Zoltan may want to see a flop here. He's dominated by the Queen Jack. Well ahead of the 7-6 by the Theo poker. Makes the fold though, and the Theo poker is going to have to call. It's only 35,000 more. Isn't in the worst shape. As you can see, it's 40% for him to win the hand, but Techie, who's been with us since the beginning, has never really had any chips. He is ahead 60% favorite to double up, get some chips. He'll still only have 9 big blinds if he wins the hand. But he's been on a 8 to 10 big blind stack a lot of the stream. So I'm not sure if he's comfortable with playing that stack, but he's doing a good job maintaining that stack. And let's see if he can stay alive ahead with the Queen Jack suited. I'm sure he was happy to see that. That flop helps nobody, but Techie has to feel better about his hand. Even if his opponent proves on the turn, he has a lot of outs to the river. And now Techie's looking very good. As you can see, he's a 4-1 favorite over the Theo of poker. And an 8 of diamonds on the river does nothing for the Theo of poker. A double up for Techie. That's the second short stack double that we've seen already. And it looks like on the outer tables, 2 players have already dropped. So it's down to already 35 players, with 24 advancing to the final day tomorrow. Very composed, though. And it's hard to say you can feel comfortable now that you're on 9 big blinds, but compared to being on 3 big blinds, it's a much nicer feeling. It looks like Rozvadov did make it back to his seat now, so That will change the dynamics at the table, being that he does like to play a lot of hands. And it's had up and downs with it, but mostly ups, as you could see from his 3.2 million stack. And King Queen is certainly not a hand he's going to fold on the button. He's probably opening most of his hands on the button, actually, based on what we've seen previously. But a raise to 120 here. Zoltan with the Jack 10. Let's see what he decides to do. The hood is down now. So things are getting serious. Or maybe just warm. I'm going to quickly look up what the top 35 players get paid while keeping one eye on the screen. But let's take a look at how much they've already earned. So the top 35 players, there was a pay jump between 36 and 35. So the top 36 players were each guaranteed 825 euros, and now they're up to a 930 euro prize, no matter how it turns out for the remaining 25 players. The top 24, though, will be getting 1,220 euros and get to come back tomorrow to play for the 60,000 euro top prize. And what's Techie going to do here? It's early position, but he only has 9 big blinds. It looks like he's just going to make a raise with 9 big blinds. That often seems very strong when you're not shoving and you have this kind of stack. I'm curious, though, what happens if he gets raised here. I mean, he did put in so much of his stack that it has to be a raise willing to call off with the a6. But I could be wrong. That's the thing about poker. Everybody can play their own hand however they want. You pay the 300 euros to get in, or you qualify through a satellite. How you play with your chips is always up to you. But we may not find out what happens if somebody plays back at him. So far, nobody turning up with anything that they want to get involved in. Kai with the Jack 2 and Raphael with the A5. I doubt he's going to get involved either. And just like that, Techie, who had 3 big blinds at the break, now has nearly 12 big blinds, a little more than 11 big blinds. Got that double up, which really tripled up his chips, and just stealing the blinds here. So who were you all rooting for in the chat? Is it somebody on the feature table, somebody on the side tables? Ooh, Techie here with the big slick. Is he limping? Does just limp. Very interesting. And we have another new player, Luc de Hut, and he has a Jack 10, but Pascal also coming along with a Jack 10 suited. Rozvadov Plus giving a grin. He does not want to play his 8 deuce suited, but it looked like he was thinking about it. Yeah, I'm not going to comment so much on the limp because I don't know proper limping strategies. I see like guys like Dominic Nietzsche have been doing it for years, but unless I understand exactly why they're doing something, it's not something I really employ into my game. I don't have an under the gun limping range at any point in the tournament. But some players have found ways to limp very profitably, so. And I don't see Techie now folding. Raphael jamming the nines. So if it played with Techie raising or jamming, chances are he'd be getting it in heads up with Supa at that point. And meanwhile, he's probably likely to do the same here, but there's a lot of dead money with the people limping behind him. But I'm not saying necessarily that's why Techie did what he did. I'm not quite sure the strategy of limping there. But I can't imagine that he will be folding here. The Theo of Poker, though, is thinking things over. It is for too much of his stack to be thinking too long about this. Players could also be playing slow, knowing that they're near the end of the day and wanting to preserve as much of their stack as possible if they're not really ready to take chances quite yet. It does make the fold. Now, let's see what Taki does. Quick all in by him for less, and this will go as we just discussed. I don't see any other player being able to come in. And I'm not sure what Kai was doing in the hand with the king 2 suited, even though it was a limp based on his stack size especially. But we know at least one of those kings is dead. And this is a very crucial hand for both players, because if Raphael doesn't come on top of this nines, he's left with just a few big blinds. Meanwhile, Techie needs an ace or a king. And we see an ace on the flop, ace 6-5. Raphael with the backdoor club straw. Obviously can hit a 9 for a set, a 7-8 for a straight, but now needs a 9 and only a 9. And it's a 4 of hearts. Techie, who had 3 big blinds just a moment ago, doubled up, which was effectively a triple up, stole some blinds, and then doubles up again with some extra dead money on the side with his big slick. All the momentum is with Techie. Raphael, meanwhile, who's been with us for quite a while as well, he's now the one down to about 3 big blinds. Looking now to repeat the same fortunes as Techie. Yeah, Rob, sure, he could have been thinking out of the box. I don't like to say, like if there's something that I would maybe do the same, I could say it's a good play. I don't like to say that plays that I just don't understand are bad plays. I just don't understand it. That's it. I've seen, as I mentioned, players play limping strategies very profitably with short stacks. Dominic Nietzsche comes to mind first. But I haven't taken the proper time to understand why they're doing that, and to just repeat something you see because another player is doing it without understanding exactly why that's happening could lead to some major leaks in your game as well. So I would almost like to say a don't do this at home type of thing, but we've seen it work out. And I'm just impressed now. Now I'm on like Team Techie with his run here. He was so patient with the short stack for the first 2 hours plus at the feature table. Comes back from break with just 3 big blinds, and now likely has an above average stack in the whole tournament and is no longer in jeopardy at the feature table. Yishe just got a double up too, and now showing up with the 7s under the gun. We'll find out. It is a raise to 130. I was almost expecting another limp after what we saw just before. And Rozvadov, I'd like to get into his head as well. I enjoy watching him play. But it looks like he's just doing some timing things. Zoltan, however, is thinking things over. The hood is down once again, asking to see how much Yishay has, and now asking him verbally about how much. That he doesn't have to share, but he does have to show his chips so that his opponent can eyeball his stack. But usually, unless it's someone that I know would return the favor if a player asks me that, I'm just lifting my hands and I'm not telling them about how much I'm sitting on. 9T, nice floor job in Ireland next month. I assume that is for the Irish Poker Festival. Irish Poker Open, I apologize. But look at this hand. So much action. The call by Kai with the King-Queen from the cutoff. Somehow the Theo of Poker wanting to get in with the 9-8 and Techie making the easy call with all that money in the pot to complete the action with the deuces can easily get away from this hand as well if he doesn't hit the flop. And the King-Jack tray flop hits Kai the best. Nobody else really having equity. I'm not quite sure why Techie has more equity than Yishay, but that must be that the graphics are taking into account cards that were dead from other people's hands. But this likely will go check around to Kai unless Yishay gets cute, and Kai should likely be jamming here because he has less than a pot-sized bet in his stack. But I think even a bet is okay as well, and then you get in on the turn. Try to milk a little bit more money with just a normal bet. But it does look suspicious when you put in half your stack. It's a little less than half a stack though, but that should be good enough. I don't see any player getting cute. Techie looked like he was thinking things over, but going into the muck. And Yishay with 2 overcards to his 7s. If he wasn't c-betting, a check raise would look strong. But it wouldn't work in this case with Kai so short. I'm not sure if Yishay is thinking this over or a little bit of show. Sometimes there's a fine line between that. And Kai looks more than happy with the win here. So Berhane saying slow playing ace-king was the best move. I think that's debatable among people in the chat. It was the best move, results oriented, and it might have been the best move if I was able to understand it a little bit better. I'm a fish, so I'm just jamming the ace-king there pre-flop for, what did he have, 10, 11 big blinds? And we haven't seen Luke play a hand yet, but he's only been with us since the break. I think this is even a hand that Rozvadov won't play. Not that he plays every hand. Maybe if it was on the button, we would see him play it. Zoltan, though, will likely open his ace-9 suited. He's a middle position in the low jack. Sitting on about 44 big blinds, so he could even open fold if he's facing any aggression. And it looks like 110. It is 110,000, so a little more than a min raise. More of an online sizing than what we've seen in live play, at least at this feature table. And Raphael looks like he's contemplating playing his ace-5. He does only have 4 big blinds, but does not want to risk them there. He would have been dominated if he did, but you can always get lucky. And Techie, once again, with a hand. He's not quite getting proper odds for set mining, but I don't mind it here. And Yushe now may come along. It's 60,000 into a pot of 380 if he calls. So into a pot of 320 currently. But a little bit too weak for him, even though they were suited connectors, they were baby ones. And unless there were a lot of clubs on the board, he was well behind both players, obviously. So not the best of flops for either player. Techie with 2 overcards, although that's very often going to happen when you're calling with 5s. And Zoltan can rep that he has a lot of pairs and whatnot, but either way, it's going to be hard for Techie to continue along if Zoltan bets here. And it's going to be very hard for Techie at this stage of the game with 30 left and 24 advancing to tomorrow to make a move. But that being said, he is reaching for chips. And if he does raise here, it should get through. If he calls here, he's in the same spot. He's playing out of position with 5 with 2 overcards, likely a third on the turn. So if he wants to win the pot, I like a check raise. I like a fold. I don't like necessarily a call. So strong move here by Techie. We've seen a lot of different gears by him. Sniffing out that Zoltan was just going to c-bet anything. And Techie, who was very quiet the first 2 hours, has been the most active player since the break, providing all the entertainment. And what a story it would be if Techie can make it to the final table tomorrow. I mean, he was down to just 3 big blinds at the start of this break. A chip or 2 more than 3 big blinds, but effectively 3 big blinds. Got a double up, stole the blinds, another double up, and just won this pot as well. And Pascal, we don't know what he has. But he's been a little bit quiet since the break. And Rozvadov getting rid of his 7-6 Zoltan. He just bled some chips with that ace-9 suited, not hitting anything on the flop, but trying to take it down with a continuation bet. Now with another nice hand to open with. He is in earlier position. does make the standard raise. I'm not sure the sizing is standard. Well, 125, that's okay. 2.5x. And let's see if anybody else shows up with anything. The Theo of Poker has an ace. He did put his cards down, but it's not a very good ace. He would be in position, depending on what the button does. It's kind of one of these hands where it might be good enough to 3-bet, but not necessarily good enough to call, but what do I know? We see a call. And Techie with the 10-8 on the button. I could have saw that going either way. And Yishay folding the Jack-5, and Pascal likely to get rid of his 9-5 even being priced in. It's just not a hand that flops very well. We've seen some players call with that hand in the blinds earlier. And if Zoltan called, he would have flopped a full house here. Look at that flop, 10-10-8. The Theo of Poker is ahead. They both check though. Let's see if Zoltan does a delayed c-bet. He does. But the Theo of Poker might think he's good now. I mean, he was good pre-flop, he was good on the flop, but now he has improved the 2-pair on the turn. The thing is, Zoltan could have lots, we know what Zoltan had, but he could have lots of pocket pairs that would be ahead. He could have been slow playing a lot of 10s. But the likely scenario is that the Theo of Poker will be calling here. And it is a raise. So I guess he just wants to take down the pot here. He's not going to really get any 8s to fold, I don't believe, if Zoltan had. So I don't think he's getting too many better hands to fold. Maybe 5s and 6s and 7s. Zoltan trying to get a read here. We're Hollywooding. That's a bit of poker. You don't want players to know when you're strong and weak. So sometimes online, you just click the button here. You kind of have to do a little bit of acting. But maybe he is thinking about his options. If he can find a 3-bet here, he would actually likely take down the pot. Although the Theo Poker is also short on chips, so maybe he would go for it. But in general, I would think that would work, but that's very difficult to do. The Theo Poker's move looked very strong there. And does take down the pot, and up to 1.5 million. So Zoltan, who came to the feature table, got Cowboys on his second hand to soar up to 3.2 million, has now, since then, lost about half his chips to many players throughout the table, and is down to 1.7 million, but that's still good for about 34 big blinds. So let's see if we're still at 30 players. I believe the graphic will come up soon. Yeah, still at 30 players. So 6 more to go to end the day. I don't think I want any of them to be at the feature table though, although it does provide some excitement, but these are all interesting players to watch. I like it when I can't predict when I'm watching a stream exactly what players are going to do. Very often in a lot of the other streams, it's very predictable based on the cards, and you get to know the personalities over the years about how they're going to play certain hands. But Kai raising from early position with the ace-10 is basically in line with what we've seen earlier. The Theo of Poker who called recently with the ace-4, and that was from the cutoff, I believe. Does the same with ace-6 suited from the hijack, and Tucky with the 7s, looking like he's going to make a call as well. Unless there's a white chip underneath. No, it is a call. And I don't think that Ishe will come along with the king-6. Pascal with the quick muck with 9-4. And our friend here, Rozvadov, probably not folding with much, and I think king-jack is not a hand we're going to see him fold with. And I don't think he's going to 3-bet here either. Although it would look rather strong if he did. So maybe he's thinking about whether he should be 3-betting or calling. I love everything about Rozvadov, though. I like watching him play. I like that he's the best dressed at the table, and most importantly, I love that cap. It's not really a cap, but the hat. And does 3-bet. 400 and change, it looks like. Maybe 480? Let's see. It is to 480, and now this is putting pressure on everyone. Nobody is really strong enough to keep coming along, but these players know better than I do. If I am any of these players, I don't think I would be coming along here, even in position. Kai has to think if he 4-bets jams, he's getting called based on stack sizes. He can't just call, so he does fold. I don't expect the Theo Poker to play. He does fold, and now it's up to Techie. Techie with the hot hand. He is taking a little bit more time than the other two of his opponents before deciding what to do. He's looking down at the chips. That's usually a sign to reach for them. They don't always go in at that point, but he is reaching for them. And I'm not sure if this is a call or a 4-bet. Yeah, this looks like more than a call if these chips go in, or maybe he's just counting his chips before deciding what to do. That's another big difference between playing online and live. Online, you always have the chips just right in front of you. Live, you just have the actual chips. And some players are very good at mentally knowing about how many chips they have. Maybe not the exact amount, but about how many big blinds they have. And others need to check at various points. So very strong move by Rozvadov. It works. Almost at 4 million now. Back in control of the table. And it's at a deeper point in the tournament where he should be able to continue to leverage his stack. And another dealer change. And as you can see, Rozvadov has just continued to pile up the chips. 3.7 million. That's more than Zoltan and Techie combined. The most impressive to me, though, is Techie sitting at 28 big blinds after starting straight off the break with just 3 big blinds. So it's been quite the run for him. We'll see if Rafael can repeat the same performance that we just saw from Techie, because he's now at 3 big blinds. And in serious jeopardy of hitting the rail if he doesn't get something going soon. Cowboys for Kai. Pretending not to look that excited. 125, I believe. It is 125. Oh my. A bit of a cooler here for Raphael. Normally getting it in with 10s would be good. You certainly have to get them in. It's just unfortunate for him. He's facing the Cowboys head like high. It's probably going to be showers for Raphael, but he could still get lucky. And Yisha is showing up with ace-jack suited. May come along as well. If he winds up doing anything super fancy, it's going to be trouble for him as well, potentially, although he has more outs than Raphael does. He is thinking things over. Doesn't have such a big stack. Has some fold equity still, but just not against somebody holding Cowboys. All three options in play. It looks like I believe he's going to fold, but if he calls or jams, it wouldn't shock me either. He also has 3 players behind him. So even if he's not that concerned about the action that's already in front of him, which he should be, somebody else can still wake up with something as well. But he is taking his time. And I don't think this is a case of Hollywooding. I think he's seriously thinking things over. It's near the end of the day. The players have been playing for many hours. It's possible that some of these players at the feature table even entered the last flight, which began this morning. There was a turbo day 1F this morning, in which case they have a much longer day. And Yishe does jam for nearly 700,000, and there could be 2 players eliminated on the feature table in the same hand. And we don't know what Rozvadov has. Even though he's sitting on 3.7 million, just calling off 14 big blinds, he should have something, so I'd like to see what he's thinking over. Maybe he doesn't know what he was thinking over yet. We don't know what he had, but Zoltan has Jack 7. That should go into the muck, and it does, and I think Kai is not going to think too hard about this. I mean, there's really only one move to be made here. And he shrugs his shoulders and says, call. So Kai is well ahead, although it's showing him with about 50% equity. I thought it would be a little bit higher than that, but against 2 players, he's still 50-50 to win a big pot here of 1.7 million in chips and eliminate 2 of his opponents at the same time. Yishe still is alive with his ace, has other outs as well, and Raphael is praying for a 10 here to stay alive. A safe flop for those Cowboys. No backdoor outs for, real backdoor outs for Yishe. No flush draw, no, it would be very unlikely for him to run a straight based on those 10s being out there too. And that 5 of hearts leaves Yishe drawing to an ace. It leaves Raphael drawing to a 10, and Kai in very good shape with this Cowboys to eliminate 2 players. And the queen on the river is safe for Kai, eliminates Raphael Supa and Yishe Bechler down to 28 players, and Kai, who was short on chips most of the stream, is now at 2 million in the middle of the pack here. He didn't seem that pleased about his predicament, but made the call. You can never really be folding Cowboys in that spot. If someone shows up with the aces, so be it. That's right, Hippie Poker. Great timing for Kai. Near the end of the day, you want to be getting those those pots, those hands, and very unfortunate for Raphael with those tens. Yishe making a move with ace-jack could work in some cases. He still would have been flipping and losing against those tens, but would have still had some chips. But Kai never going to be able to fold those cowboys. And now the tournament is just 4 players away from hitting 24 players, which will put a stop to the day. We'll see players bag and tag for tomorrow, which will play down to a winner. The stream will kick off right from the beginning. There'll be 3 tables remaining. One of them will be the feature table, and the stream will continue until a winner is crowned. And now we can see the average stack is up to 1.8 million. We began the stream with about a 700,000 average, which makes sense. It was 74 players, now down to 28. And the Theo of Poker with the big slick this time. It looks like 135. We'll get that confirmed. 135,000 from under the gun. Looks super strong. It is strong, but it looks strong just because it's an under the gun open. Rozvadov Plus, though, does like his button, and this time does have an ace. This could get him into a little bit of trouble if an ace hits the flop and he just calls, or if he decides to 3-bet pre-flop, which wouldn't be that bad of a play other than the fact it won't work here. And Zoltan with the 5s from the small blind. Too big of a stack to jam. Is it too small of a stack to call? I think we will see him call. A 3-bet here, though, would look very strong, but wouldn't actually probably... It would probably just hurt him because it would probably lead to a 4-bet by the Theo Poker, but that's thinking ahead, and we've seen that players will play their cards how they want to play them. So Zoltan just making the call. 3-way to the flop. Zoltan not in the worst shape equity-wise, but it's very hard to play those 5s out of position when it's very rare to see you hit a set. Like we see is at 63%, but what's he going to do if he's facing action? You know, it's very hard, even though he has the best hand, only we know he has the best hand. So that 275 should be enough to get Rozvadov Plus out of the way. We could see him mix it up. We've seen him mix it up before, so I won't be surprised if he calls or raises either, but I think a fold is the likely of scenarios. He's a very interesting player to watch, though. It's always nice to have players like him on the stream that are mixing it up. And now Zoltan, who has the best hand, has a 3-to-1 edge on the Theo of Poker in a tough spot and does fold the best hand. That's why it's hard playing these small pocket pairs out of position. It's basically a set mine. And you don't get to realize all your equity. It sounds like an announcement is being made. It might be that when they will be stopping playing, which we were informed will be when they're down to 24 players. They may have gone hand for hand as well. We'll see based on the pace of play. I don't think they would go hand for hand near the end of the day with no real big pay jumps at risk, so it's probably not that either. It looks like it's just a player moving to the feature table. So it must be 27 players now because the table is getting full. So just doing a little bit of math, it's at 27 or less players now. They are 9 max today. And we do have some new players. Jerome is a new player, and local Czech player Tomas as well. And we have a new Israeli at the table, and Jonathan. So it might be harder for Rozvadov to continue rolling over things with Jerome having almost as many chips. It does change the dynamic of the table especially depending on where Jerome is seated in relation to Rozvadov. It's Yishay's brother. So we had Yishay, and now his brother. Thanks for that information, Betflix. So now we'll see right away what Jerome, if he plans on bullying the new table, but does not play the first hand at the table. Rozvadov then, it kind of opens things up for him with 27 players left to be opening rather wide when he's in positions like the cutoff and the button. Splashes a few in. I can't tell what that is, but I think 120. It is 120. Zoltan with 6 high into the muck, and Kai may come along with the king 10 suited. It looks like he does. And Thomas here with the 10-7 suited. It's difficult with the stack size, but he is kind of priced in, so we'll see which direction he goes in. As it turns out, if he did a squeeze here, it would work, but he has no way of knowing that. Oh wow, so 3 brothers all in the top 60. That's rather impressive. I mean, I'm not going to ask how many bullets combined the 3 brothers fired in the 6 opening days, but it's still impressive for all 3 to make the top 60. So both Thomas and Rozvadov with gut shots, and Kai not really with anything on that flop, but it is ahead at the moment. Has no way of knowing. It does check through. 2 a diamond shouldn't really change much. Probably if anybody takes a stab at this point, it would still get through. And it looks like Rozvadov is going to go for the delayed c-bet. And that should be good enough. I mean, even if Kai thinks Rozvadov is full of it, he still has Thomas after him. You can never feel that confident here. That with basically just king high. And it's not the right timing, I don't believe, to turn your hand into a bluff either. So he does fold. And Thomas will likely fold as well. And once again, Rozvadov using his stack, using position, and chipping up. Near 4 million now, near the end of the day. You could tell he's a very experienced player and likely has been on the TV table before in Rozvadov because he keeps his composure. He's not afraid to make moves, which very often players can be deep and at the featured table. Pascal likely to open here. is reaching for chips, so that makes it even more likely. And makes a bet of around 120, 125. It is 120. And Zoltan waking up with the ladies here. He's been rather swingy. He entered the feature table with around 2 million, was up to 3.2 million after winning a nice hand. And then after that, things went sour for him. But here's a chance for him to pick up some chips before the end of the day. Just opts to jam it here. So this is a huge jam. So blinds are at 30,000, 60,000. So it's like a 23 big blind jam. And I don't think he's going to get Pascal to call here. And doesn't. Although Pascal is not snap folding here, but ace-8 suited facing such a big jam for basically your tournament life. When you still have 20 big blinds in your stack, seems a bit bold. I mean, it would be showing a lot of heart, but it seems a bit bold to be considering. Yet he hasn't folded his hand yet. Oh my! Makes the call with 27 players remaining, 24 advancing to the final day. Wow. So Zoltan can easily get back to near where he was before, while also limiting Pascal if his ladies can hold. We can see he's only a 2-1 favorite. So it's not even saying anything can happen. It's also very likely that Pascal sucks out here. All dependent on the fate of the poker gods at this point after Pascal made the loose call. But now it's all Zoltan flopping the set. Pascal does have some backdoors to Broadway and to a flush draw, but he is drawing super thin and could be drawing to bed, depending on what this is drawing dead to Zoltan's full house. Showing a lot of heart there, Pascal. Timing all wrong. It was a pleasure watching you throughout the day, but out in 27th place. And meanwhile, Zoltan, who entered the feature table with around 2 million, was up to more than 3, back down to 1.5, now back to around 3 million near the end of the day, with 26 players left and 24 advancing to day 2. I hope that Pascal takes a break before considering entering cash games. That is very difficult near the end of the day. Showed a lot of heart. Hippie Poker saying that he is tilting. We don't know how much he's had read on Zoltan's, but I agree that that was a very, I thought it was a very bold shove for that much. But maybe it gave the reads that, you know what, I'm very weak. But that shove also often screams to me like hands like ace-king that are utterly dominating hands like ace-8. It's very difficult to call off that ace-8 suited. But Zoltan will take it. You still had to sweat there. It's not that like you win every time with queens in that spot. It's almost that he didn't want to be called when he was jamming so much. I'm sure he would have been happy to have been called by some under pairs, but not wanting to see an ace or a king there, or an ace and a king. But meanwhile, back to the action, we have Kai opening the cutoff for a min raise, and Techie likely to defend and does. Techie is another hero story here at the feature table. He had 3 big blinds coming off the break. And look at him now. And flopping top pair here. He may be able to get a little bit more. It's going to be hard for Kai to get away with middle pair. Techie opting to check and letting his opponent c-bet. Kai wanting to keep some pot control and does improve the 2-pair. And Techie with the open-ended straight draw and Broadway draw. I don't think we're going to see Kai, though, checking again. It was fine to do that on the flop, and it worked out quite well for him. And depending on the bet size, we'll probably see Techie come along, and quickly does. There's no point for Techie to really go nuts with 2 players away from bagging chips as well at this point. And can Kai continue to get value? He may opt to check back, being that he was called here with the 2 pairing the board, but I don't really see that happening. I mean, it's not top 2, but it's the next best thing to top 2. I think the question is more how much is Kai going to bet rather than if he'll bet, but I wouldn't necessarily blame him for checking back. You bet and then you're raised, and it's near the end of the day. You don't want to be in those situations either, but you should be maximizing as best as possible. And does bet a little less than half the pot. It looks like 275. And Techie is going to make the hero call? This is a spot that I'd like to see players think it over, running through the action in your head. It does look like he's reaching for chips though, so he's coming to the conclusion that maybe he's ahead. Although those chips are being shuffled now as well. I don't think this is a case of stalling to a bag. I think he has some legitimate things to think about here. You want to run through the action in your head. It's not that we've seen Kai be out of line with double barreling unmade hands. And Techie does make the fold, saved himself some chips. And Kai has been on fire now, up to over 2 million. He probably doesn't want the day to end either. So those of you that are just tuning in, you're catching near the end of day 2 of the PlayerOne Poker Tour 300 Euro main event. This event had a 300,000 Euro guarantee. 6 opening flights attracted 1,022 entries. The day began with 152 hopefuls remaining, each of which were guaranteed at least a min cash of 500 Euro. And no, this is not Finton. Finton is unfortunately under the weather, so you are with Jason Glatzer for the next 2 days. Many of you have seen me around or have chatted with me before, or have seen me doing other streams. I've done my share of reporting around Europe as well, including at King's Resort. And I like to play as well. A lot of that, though, tends to be locally near my home in Vilnius, Lithuania, although I do try to play a little bit during my travels as well, and do go on a few poker-only playing trips. I enjoy everything about poker, the strategy, the players, the environment, the scene. And although I love No Limit Hold'em for tournaments when I'm playing cash, it's never Hold'em. So if there's any mixed game players out there, hit me up. We have Jerome here raising, Rozvadov calling with the fives. So two big stacks finally getting into a hand together with potential for some fireworks if it's like a king jack 5 flop, but once again I'm hoping for fireworks where none need to necessarily be created. And Jerome flopping top pair, and there's 3 cards over the fives for Rozvadov, so this is likely going to be folded after the bet unless Rozvadov just wants to float and see what happens on the turn and try to take it down there. He does have position. If he's not buying that Jerome is as strong as he is. If Rozvadov does raise here too, it puts Jerome in a tricky spot because even though he does have top pair, he has things to think about. That maybe Rozvadov has something better, but it is a draw heavy board. So Rozvadov calling, and we may see him steal this away, but not on that kind of turn. So even if Jerome checks, I don't see him going anywhere at this present point, but it doesn't look like he's going to check. Looks like about half the pot there. 255,000, so a little less than half the pot. I like Jerome's sizings quite a lot here. Although it is too draw heavy as well. And does open up the potential for Rozvadov to do a raise here. I would not like calling the second barrel here. I understood the call of the first barrel. You want to reevaluate. Potentially steal a hand when you're in position. I would not understand it from this aspect. I would understand a fold or a raise. You could also call and hope that the river is checked and try to steal it away then if a spade comes or something like that. He does look deep in thought, though. But it looks like once he checks his cards again, well, nope, they're putting him back down. A lot of times when we see players do that, it's right before they go into the muck, but I guess he's just checking that he didn't have 8s instead of 5s. You've been chipping up nicely, Rozvadov. You don't need this spot. He does make the fold, and Jerome now is the table chip leader after winning that pot. Neck and neck with our hero, Rozvadov. And just when I thought that masks have replaced the scarves, the scarf is back. I've noticed Jerome now using the scarf the same way we see some players using masks. Obviously, a lot of players are using masks because of, because of everything going on in the world, but there's some players also using it instead of a scarf. Which I find very creative at this point. We saw Zoltan during during the second hour of the stream with the mask and the hoodie on, and it was impossible to get a look or a read on his face as well. So Zoltan thinking it over in early position with the 10-8 suited. I love this hand in later position. Not so much in early position at this stage of the tournament. Ace-5 suited is a different story though, and Kai raising it up to 150,000. The Theo of poker with the Ace-10 suited now. Let's see what he decides to do. Did he already fold his hand, or is he reaching for chips? I don't see where his cards are. They're in the box. Okay. That looks like a 3-bet, but maybe I'm wrong. 3-bet to 430,000, and that will likely be good enough. There's some people that pick hands like ace-5s for their 4-bet balancing as well, the ace-5 suited. But I don't think now, once again, is the time to get cute for Kai. I'm not sure Kai is giving up on his hand, though. I thought he would. He is giving up on his hand. He shows the ace. Let's see if he gets an ace flash back over to him. Doesn't look like it. Well, Kai, you could see later that basically you were being dominated by ace-10 suited. Hi, Binsberg. No, everybody got paid today. So basically what happened was in the PlayerOne Poker Tour 300-euro main event, there were 6 opening fights, including a turbo fight today. Everyone that survived the opening fight, which was 152 players, came back today at 4:30 and were already in the money for 500 euros. The top 26 players, we will pull that up shortly. I have that information. The top 26 players are each guaranteed 1,220 players, which will be the same as what the top 24 players are guaranteed, which will back up either later this blind level or most likely within the next 2 blind levels, unless things stall out a bit. And right away, there'll be a pay jump with the top 23 getting paid 1,445 euros. And then things get really interesting leading up into the final table with the top 9 guaranteed 3,276 euros. And then it goes up from there, and included in the prizes for the top 4, each of the top 4 will also get a World Series of Poker Europe main event seat valued at 10,350 euros. And apologies if I went through that a little bit fast, but once again, all players that made it to day 2 were already in the money. If you bagged on any of the opening fights, you already had 500 euros just for bagging. You didn't even necessarily have to show up today if you didn't want to. I wouldn't advise that kind of move, but you didn't have to if all you wanted was 500 euros and nothing more. So back to the action, we have the Leo of Poker opening up with the ace-9 from the hijack, and we haven't seen Jonathan really play much since he's been at the table. Does fold the ace-7, which looks like the correct play from the dealer button. And this will likely just be a steal the blinds, although we have seen Rozvadov playing a lot of different hands. I think he would consider it a little bit more if it was suited. Doesn't really think about it too much, goes into the muck. And when you have a hand like ace-9, you're more than happy just to not see any flop and just pile up a small pile of chips. I'm not sure why I'm so fascinated with this aerial view. Perhaps it's one because you don't normally see things from that high up when you're actually near the poker table. It's kind of like being in an airplane and then looking at all the little houses like they're doll houses. You know, like when you're about to land, they're just taking off. So it folds over to Jonathan, who has ace rag, jams for 10.5 big blinds. Even if Jerome calls, he's not like in that worse shape, then he's more than likely just chopping it up. It looks like Jerome asked for a count. I think this will be a little bit too big, even though it's 10 big blinds for Jonathan to call, but that's also because it's Jonathan jamming for Jerome to call, apologies, because he's on the button, 2 players behind him. Maybe if he was in the big blind, he can make the call, but it's not that Jonathan has been jam happy. And it's good for him he didn't, because Zoltan showing up with the big slick, we could be down 1 more player. Zoltan is certainly not going to fold here. It doesn't do that much damage to his stack if he loses. Obviously some damage, but I just don't see how he is ever folding here. And there's nobody else left in the hands. The only move is to call. He does make the call. We could be down to the day 2 bubble, if there's such a thing. If Zoltan's big slick holds against Jonathan's ace deuce, it does look like Jonathan has a great attitude, though, all smiles. As we were told, 2 of his brothers also made it to the final 60 of this event. And Jonathan's still alive here. If a 4 comes, they're pretty much almost guaranteed to chop it at that point. So a 4 queen for the chop or a deuce to win. Zoltan, though, is still in great shape, but there's a lot of outs here. And the 7 of hearts in the river, that's good enough to send Jonathan to the showers. I don't know if he outlasted both of his brothers or just one of them, but look at him. I mean, this is such a display of sportsmanship. This is what I love to see. All smiles, happy that he made it as far as he did. Understood that he, basically that hand played itself. He was down to 10 big blinds, shoved an ace. And late position, just got called by a better ace. Zoltan is all smiles as well. We can't see the smiles, but I think that they're there under that mask. And yeah, we're now down to 25 players. Just 1 more to go before they bag up for the day. So that could mean that this is the last hand, or it could mean that we're here for 2 more hours. But I'm now a fan of the 3 brothers. I should have been paying attention to the sportsmanship of the first brother at the feature table. Yeah, I agree with you entirely, Betflix. Class act there, you know, that's what I like to see. I can understand, you know, that, you know, when it's a bad beat, you might, you know, not be able to do that, but it's best to just chin up for a little bit, especially when you're on camera. But even when you're off camera, that's even more telling to me. When players do that, it's, you know, it's a battle. It's a real battle when you're on the felts, but there should be some sportsmanship in the game as well. So I'm always happy to see that. It doesn't mean I don't like to see a good slow roll once in a while. Not something I would ever do, but I enjoy seeing them, you know, but the sportsmanship always carries a lot of weight for me. So we have the Vio of poker with the ace-10 suited, and I don't know, Rozvadov calling on the button. We have seen him open quite wide on the button. This is a very wide call on the button. They are suited. That's about all he has going for him in this hand, but let's see how he flops. It looks like the rest of the table will be folding. And Rozvadov does pull into the lead with bottom pair here on the 3-8 queen flop. And we've seen him be sticky before. Is the Theo of poker going to continue? It's kind of putting him in a rough spot. He wants to continue on a lot of his hands, and a queen high flop certainly hits his range. He hasn't been at the table that long to know Rozvadov's style as well. And Rozvadov may bet here to see where he's standing. Maybe also for some pot control to get some checks on the turn to see a cheap showdown. And I see bags coming out, so there may have been somebody busting out from one of the side tables. So this could be the final hand, folks. Betflix, I don't judge a good slow roll. I think they're funny, you know, even when they happen to me. But I understand why some players don't like them. But you got to be careful slow rolling people online. You know, you have like a connection issue and then all of a sudden you time out your hand. I've seen that happen to people too. That's almost like a karma thing when that happens, but very interesting here. The Theo of Poker are actually thinking things over, knowing that Rozvadov will be betting wide. I mean, he did hit a piece, but he's still betting kind of wide. Maybe those bags were just in preparation for 24 left because everybody is still in their seats. Very often you'll see players already getting up, shaking hands with people on their rail or asking other players in the event how they're doing, etc., etc. But it seems like everybody's focused on what is going to happen next year. And the Theo of Poker seems very focused. I mean, very often he's ahead with his ace high here against Rozvadov, but he's not in this particular case. That being said, if he does want to do some fancy play here, which doesn't involve a call, involves a raise, that might be good enough to take it down. But Rozvadov winning yet another hand, playing position. Yeah, Binsberg, this is what I kind of explained a little bit earlier, where it's kind of like a psychological bubble. So there's no money jump going on right now, but there are 25 players left and 24 make tomorrow. So you might have a player in there with a short stack and says, you know what, I was planning on leaving, you know, unless I made the final day and not caring about gambling. But usually it goes the other way around, where the players are already planning to be here tomorrow. And I'm not saying that's what the case was here, that the Theo Poker was stalling, especially after a quick fold here. He probably was not, but it does provide some kind of psychological bubble, you know, that you really want to make that final day. Rozvadov looks so comfortable in these comfortable chairs here, and with his chip stacks. They just colored up his mountains of orange chips, and now he has mountains of blue chips instead after winning some more hands, and along with a bunch of pretty gray chips mixed in there. Zoltan with the ace-10 on the button. This is certainly going to be opened, especially with this stack. I mean, it would be open by him with any stack. Looks like 120. Does raise to 120, so a min raise. And Thomas, who's been quiet, the sole local player at the table. He is short, but he could still defend here if he's not worried about that psychological day 3 bubble that I was referring to. Especially against a big stack open. But I don't blame him for folding as well. So it definitely looks like those bags were just in preparation for the end of the day, which makes sense. You don't want to keep players waiting when it's time to bag and tag. It's a very experienced crew at Kings Resorts. They've run so many big tournaments throughout the year, both for recreational players and for professional players alike. right now, not only do they have this PlayerOne Poker Tour main event that we're watching, but over in Prague is the Eureka and the European Poker Tour at King's Prague. The Czech Republic has become the poker mecca of Europe. And poker eyes around the world are on what's going on in Prague as well. Zoltan, once again, with a great hand. Going back into his stare down. He always seems to be staring in the same direction. I don't know if it's a stare or a thought process, or just does the same thing every time so nobody can get tells on him. But so far nobody's going to play along, and I think this will just steal the blinds. Nope, the Theo Poker reaching for chips. I don't mind this as well. It's the suited Brunson. If clubs come out, though, he's going to regret this quite a lot. With both players holding clubs, but Zoltan with that ace-king of clubs. And this is a flop that typically would hit the big blind better than the cutoff. And the Theo of Poker does check, though, and will likely fold based on what we've seen before. Although I say that he's reaching for chips. There would have to be, and he does make the call. So he must have something in mind for later streets. Let's see if he leads out the turn, and does improve on the turn. So if he wasn't buying Zoltan earlier, I would have liked to seen if this was his plan on other things than he connected with, but it's not that he connected that with his 10, he connected with deuce, so I think he would have done the same thing even if he didn't hit a deuce here. It isn't even that big of a bet, so maybe the bet sizing would have been different. And it does smell a lot like ace 4, 4, 6, you know, two pairs rather than just bottom pair here. So even though Zoltan is not drawing the best at the moment, he might be drawing better than what he might be imagining. Still, any king, any 4, any ace gives him the hand. But things are not pretty for him at this point. Which makes this play by the Theo Poker very interesting. But Zoltan making the call. Oh my! I mean, he's almost never putting, Zoltan's never putting the Theo Poker on a deuce, and now hits trips, especially after the check call by the Theo Poker on that 9-5-3 dry flop. But somehow the Theo Poker, who made the call, which I didn't understand, improved the bottom pair on the turn and trips on the river. And Zoltan, is he buying this? Does he think, how can he bet a deuce here? It does look a little fishy. I mean, we know that it's not. We know that Theo Poker got there somehow. Does Zoltan think the same? He may be more afraid that if he raises here that his opponent had something that he would call with that's other than a deuce, or thinking that if he calls he's actually beating some bluffs. But a lot of those bluffs would have gone in there. I mean, you're not expecting a 10 deuce to call a check call on that 3-5-9 flop, but stuff like 4-6 would have improved to a straight. He could have already had something as well. It's pretty sick that he check called and then improved the trips. And Zoltan looks like he's in for a world of hurt. And we're down to 24 players, so this is going to be the last hand of day 2. That dynamic also makes things interesting. But I'm very surprised to see this move. And he does make the call. He's not going to be happy with what he sees. He should be surprised as well based on that flop action. Does not look happy at all. And meanwhile, now has about the same amount of chips as the Theo of Poker. The Theo of Poker obviously knows things that we do not. But both Zoltan and the Theo of Poker, along with the other 22 players, will have a chance to regroup before coming back to action tomorrow for the final day, with the final 24 players coming back to compete for a winner at the PlayerOne Poker Tour 300 Euro main event, boasting a 300,000 Euro guarantee. Tomorrow, we will witness one player walk away with a 60,000 Euro top prize. That includes a WSOP Europe main event seat valued at 10,350 euros. That tournament as well will be held later in the year at Kings Resort as part of the World Series of Poker Europe Festival. Once again, I am Jason Glatzer. It's been my absolute pleasure to be with you. I wish it was under other circumstances than Finton being under the weather, but I hope to see you all tomorrow. I hope you've enjoyed this action as much as I have. We will be back around 3 o'clock tomorrow. Pay attention to Poker Room. Pay attention to Twitter, to Facebook, to find out more. There'll be some highlights about this event and what's happening also over in Prague at the EPT on their channels. It's been my pleasure. Have a good night, y'all, and good luck to everybody that's grinding. Take care and peace.